This video will help you sleep and relax. But before we begin, I would like to know which city you're from and what time you're watching this. Now, subscribe to the channel, relax, and let's begin. I still break out in cold sweats when I drive on I-40 through Tennessee. This happened back in '85 when I was 17 and on a road trip with my mom. We were heading to visit my aunt in Nashville after my parents had separated. Mom thought it would be good to get away from all the drama back home for a while. It was late May and we'd been on the road for about 6 hours when one of those sudden Tennessee thunderstorms hit us. Not just rain, but the kind of downpour that makes your windshield wipers useless no matter how fast they go. Lightning was cracking all around us, and the thunder was so loud it made our old Buick station wagon shake. Mom's knuckles were white on the steering wheel. "I can't see a damn thing," she kept saying, leaning forward like those extra few inches would somehow help her vision. The rain was coming down in sheets, and cars were pulling over left and right. Mom was stubborn though, kept insisting we needed to make it to Nashville before dark. We were somewhere west of Nashville on I-40 when things got really bad. The rain was hammering so hard, it sounded like someone was throwing rocks at our car. Mom finally gave in and started looking for an exit. I remember glancing at the gas gauge. We were running low anyway, so it made sense to stop. We took the next exit we saw. I didn't catch the number, but it wasn't marked with any town names or services, just a plain exit sign. The road immediately narrowed, and there were no lights except for our headlights reflecting off the rain. Mom was gripping the wheel so tight I thought she might snap it. "Just a little further," she kept saying. "There's got to be something up ahead." After about a mile of winding through pitch darkness, we suddenly came upon this gas station that seemed to appear out of nowhere. The weird thing I immediately noticed was how the rain stopped right at the edge of the property, like completely stopped. The gas station and its surrounding concrete pad were bone dry, while just beyond it, the rain was still coming down in buckets. The place looked wrong somehow. It was too clean, too perfect, like one of those model gas stations you'd see in a toy train display. The lights were this weird bluish white that made everything look washed out. The sign just said gas in red letters. Not a brand name, just gas. Mom pulled up to one of the pumps, and before she even turned off the engine, this attendant was right there at her window. I nearly jumped out of my skin. He was wearing this perfectly pressed blue uniform with a little cap, like something straight out of the '50s. His smile was too wide, too fixed. "Got caught in the storm, did you?" he said, his voice weirdly cheerful considering it was pouring rain just 20 feet away. "You folks are lucky you didn't get stuck in the mud pit down the road. Everyone does." Mom rolled down her window just a crack. I could tell she was uneasy too. "We just need some gas and to wait out the storm," she said. "Well, you're in luck," the attendant said, that smile never faltering. "Fill her up?" Mom nodded, and he got to work. I noticed 2 more men in identical uniforms inside the station, watching us through the windows. They were standing perfectly still, just staring, not talking to each other, not moving, just watching. "Mom," I whispered, "I don't like this place." She squeezed my hand. "It's just for a few minutes, honey, just until the rain lets up." The attendant finished with the gas faster than seemed possible and tapped on the window again. "That'll be $8.42, he said. Mom handed him a 10, and he gave her the change without even going to the register. The coins felt cold in my hand when she passed them to me. "You folks might want to come inside while you wait," he said. "Get some coffee? Use the phone if you need to call anyone." We were both soaked from the brief dash from our house to the car before we left, so the idea of getting dry was tempting. Plus, I needed to use the bathroom. Mom looked at me, and I nodded reluctantly. Inside, the place was spotless, not just clean, but pristine in a way that made no sense for a gas station in the middle of nowhere. The floor was polished to a mirror shine, and the merchandise on the shelves was arranged with military precision. Not a single item out of place, no dust, no dirt, nothing, and it smelled weird, like cleaning solution mixed with something sickly sweet I couldn't identify. The two men I'd seen from outside were now behind the counter. They had the same wide smiles as the first guy, and they were all staring at us like we were the most fascinating things they'd ever seen. "Bathroom?" Mom asked. "In the back, ma'am," one of them said, pointing with a two-straight arm. "Help yourself to some coffee when you're done. It's fresh, always fresh." The bathroom was like the rest of the place, unnaturally clean. The white tile gleamed under the fluorescent lights, and everything smelled of bleach. I did my business as quickly as possible, feeling like someone was watching me the whole time. When I came out, Mom was at the counter talking to the attendants. All three of them were there now, and they were standing too close to her. I hurried over. "Mud pit gets everyone," one was saying. "You're lucky you didn't try to drive through it. No one makes it through on their own." "We need to call a tow truck for your car," another one said, even though our car was fine. "Just to check it over." Mom looked confused. "Our car is fine. We didn't get stuck anywhere." The three men exchanged glances, and for a split second, their smiles faltered. Then they were back, wider than ever. Of course," the first one said, "but you can never be too careful. Roads around here can be tricky. Why don't you look at our phone book, see if there's someone you'd like to call?" He slid a thick yellow phone book across the counter. Mom opened it, and I peeked over her shoulder. The pages were filled with listings for tow truck services. Page after page after page of them. Hundreds of listings for a town that shouldn't have had more than one or two, and all the numbers started with the same 3 digits. Digits that didn't match any area code I'd ever seen. Mom closed the book slowly. "I think we're fine," she said, her voice steady but tight. "The rain seems to be letting up anyway." It wasn't. The rain was still hammering down just beyond the gas station's property line. "Are you sure?" one of the attendants said, leaning over the counter. "Because we already called someone for you. They'll be here any minute." I felt a chill run down my spine. Mom hadn't given them our names, hadn't asked them to call anyone. "We didn't ask you to..." Mom started, but she was interrupted by the sound of a truck pulling up outside. Through the window, I could see a tow truck. Like everything else in this place, it was too clean, too perfect. It was an old model, something from the 50s, but it looked like it had just rolled off the assembly line. The driver and his passenger got out, 2 more men in the same blue uniforms. "We should go," I whispered to Mom. She nodded, taking my arm. "Thank you for the gas," she said to the attendants, "but we really need to get back on the road." "But the tow truck is here," one said, his smile now looking stretched and painful. "They need to check your car, make sure you don't get stuck." "Everyone gets stuck," another one added. "Everyone needs help getting out." We backed toward the door as the tow truck men entered. They had the same fixed smiles, the same 2 perfect uniforms. "Got another one trying to leave," one of the gas station attendants said to the newcomers. "Almost got away," added another, his voice dropping to a lower register that made the hair on my arm stand up. The tow truck driver looked at us, his head tilting at an angle that seemed just slightly wrong. "Car could be damaged," he said. "Need to check it. Won't take long, then you can stay at the motel, just down the road. Very nice, very clean. Everyone stays." All 6 men were staring at us now, their smiles never wavering, their eyes never blinking. They started moving toward us with the same synchronized step, like they were all being pulled by the same string. Mom grabbed my hand and yanked me toward the door. "We're leaving. Now." We ran to our car, the men following at that same measured pace, still smiling, still calling after us. "You need to stay. Everyone stays. The mud pit gets everyone." Mom fumbled with the keys, dropped them, picked them up again. I kept looking back at the men, who were getting closer and closer, never running, just walking with that same steady pace. Finally, the engine started, and Mom threw the car into reverse, then drive. We peeled out of that gas station so fast we left rubber on the concrete. In the rearview mirror, I could see all 6 men standing in a perfect line at the edge of the property watching us go, those smiles still fixed on their faces. The rain hit us like a wall the moment we crossed the invisible boundary of the gas station property. Mom didn't slow down, driving through the downpour with reckless speed until we reached the interstate again. We didn't speak for miles, both of us too shaken. When we finally got to Nashville, Mom told my aunt what happened. Aunt Diane thought we were exaggerating, said we probably just found some weird small-town folks who didn't get many visitors. But I knew better. Those men weren't just weird, they weren't right. 3 days later, on our way back home, Mom and I made a point of counting exits and watching for the one we'd taken. We knew exactly where it should have been, between exits 42 and 43, but it wasn't there. There was no exit, no road, nothing, just unbroken guardrail and trees. Every few years since then, I've had to drive that stretch of I-40. I always slow down between those exits, looking for any sign of the phantom rest stop. It's never there. But sometimes when it's raining hard and visibility is poor, I swear I can see the faint outline of an exit that doesn't exist, and I can feel them waiting, smiling, sure that sooner or later I'll have to stop again. Story 2. I've been a firefighter at Redwood Point Station for 11 years now, and I've never shared this outside our crew. Honestly, I'm only writing this because I can't sleep tonight. Again, it's 3 in the morning. I'm alone in the watch room, and something just walked past the doorway. I know damn well everyone else is asleep. This station has always been different. When I first started, the older guys would make jokes about our resident ghost, but I thought they were just hazing the rookie. I figured it was like those stories all firehouses have, the prank calls, the legendary fires from before your time. Then I started experiencing things myself. Our firehouse is this weird mix of old and new. The original section was built sometime in the early 1900s, nobody seems to know exactly when, and they added 2 vehicle bays with a lounge above them in the 1980s. The contrast between the sections is stark. The old part has these creaky wooden floors and narrow hallways, while the addition is all concrete and fluorescent lighting. But the weird shit happens everywhere, not just in the old section like you'd expect. I remember my first unexplainable experience clearly. I was about 6 months into the job, checking inventory in the truck room. I was alone. Everyone else was upstairs having lunch. Suddenly I heard footsteps running across the concrete floor behind me. I mean running, like someone sprinting full speed across the bay. I spun around, expecting to see one of the guys, but there was nobody there, just empty space between the trucks. I called out, thinking someone was messing with me, but got no response. When I went upstairs, everyone was still sitting around the table, exactly where they'd been for the past 20 minutes. That was just the beginning. We all see them. These shadow figures that dart around the corners of your vision. You'll be washing dishes in the kitchen or folding hose, and something dark will move just at the edge of your sight. When you turn to look, nothing's there. But you know you saw something. It happens so often that most of us don't even mention it anymore. The truck room seems to be a hot spot. Beyond the phantom footsteps, we constantly hear the doors on the rigs opening and closing when nobody's around them. I've walked into that room countless times to find compartment doors wide open that I know were closed and latched when I last checked them. One time, the captain and I both watched a wrench slide across the workbench by itself. Not fall, not roll, but slide like someone pushed it. We just looked at each other and went back to work. What the hell else can you do? The voices are what really get to me, though. You'll be alone in the equipment room or the kitchen and suddenly hear someone whisper something you can't quite make out. Or you'll be having a conversation with another firefighter, and after you finish talking, you'll both hear a disembodied voice say, "Hey," or "What," like someone's trying to join in. Nobody there, of course. The worst is when you hear your name. That's happened to me 4 times now. Once, I was in the bathroom at around 2 in the morning during a quiet shift. Clear as day, I heard someone right outside the door say, "Mike," in this urgent whisper. I called out thinking someone needed me, but when I opened the door, the hallway was empty. I checked every room. Everyone was sound asleep. We have this pool table in the upstairs lounge. At least 3 nights a week, usually after midnight, you can hear pool balls clacking against each other. The first few times, I ran upstairs thinking someone couldn't sleep and was playing a solo game. Empty room, balls arranged perfectly in the rack, cues untouched on the wall. After a while, you just accept it as normal. Ghost is playing pool again, we'll say, and go back to whatever we were doing. I think what convinced me this place is genuinely haunted was how consistent the experiences are. We've had dozens of firefighters come through this station over the years. Skeptics, religious folks, tough guys who don't believe in anything. They all end up seeing or hearing something they can't explain. And the descriptions match. It's always the same shadow figures, the same footsteps, the same feeling of being watched. That feeling, being watched, it's constant here. You'll be going about your day, checking equipment or making dinner, and suddenly feel this intense pressure of someone staring at you from behind. You turn around and nobody's there, but the feeling doesn't go away. Sometimes it follows you from room to room, like whatever it is curious about what you're doing. I think we made things worse about 5 or 6 years ago. It was a slow night shift, and someone brought in a Ouija board. Yeah, I know, stupid idea in a place that's already haunted. But we were bored, and a few of us thought it might be fun to try to communicate with whatever was here. We took the board down to the basement, the oldest part of the building, and set it up on a folding table. At first, nothing happened. We were all probably pushing it subconsciously, making it spell out random words, but then it started moving faster, spelling out things none of us would have known. Old street names from when the town was first built. The names of firefighters who'd worked here decades ago. None of us were pushing it anymore. We were all freaked out, barely touching the planchette with our fingertips. Then it spelled out fire over and over. We thought it was just referencing our job, but 3 minutes later, the alarm went off for a structure fire across town. That was the end of the Ouija session. We packed it up and never brought it back. But things got more intense after that night. Objects started moving more frequently. The voices became clearer, and we started having a strange pattern of injuries on calls. Nothing life-threatening, but weird accidents that shouldn't have happened. Tools slipping out of secure holds, equipment failing that had just been checked, hoses kinking for no reason, a ceiling collapsed in a section we'd just declared safe, nearly hitting 2 of our guys. Thompson, one of our senior firefighters, broke his arm when a door slammed on him during a routine call, a door that had been propped open with a wedge. The wedge was still in place when it happened, like the door just decided to close anyway. Richards got 8 stitches in his hand when a compartment door on the engine snapped shut while he was reaching inside. The safety latch was engaged. It should have been impossible. I've had my own share of bizarre accidents. During a training exercise, my air tank completely depressurized without warning. The system had been checked that morning and was working perfectly. Another time, I was climbing a ladder that suddenly shifted 2 feet to the left. There was no wind, no one touched it, the ground was level. It just moved like someone pushed it. The most convincing thing for me is that these experiences aren't limited to our current crew. When we meet retired firefighters who used to work at Redwood Point, they'll casually mention the ghost and share stories identical to what we're experiencing now. One old-timer told me they've been seeing the same phenomena since the 1970s. Last month, we had a rookie transfer in from another department. He's a no-nonsense guy, former military, doesn't believe in anything supernatural. We didn't tell him about the haunting. It's become an unspoken tradition to let new people figure it out on their own. 3 weeks in, I found him sitting alone in the kitchen at 4 in the morning, looking shaken. When I asked what was wrong, he described seeing a dark figure standing at the foot of his bunk, watching him. He thought it was one of us at first, but when he sat up to ask what they wanted, it vanished. We've never tried to get rid of whatever's here. It feels wrong somehow, like evicting a long-term resident. We've just learned to coexist with it. Sometimes when something goes missing, we'll call out, "Can you put that back, please?" And occasionally, the item will reappear in an obvious spot we've already checked multiple times. We have theories, of course. Maybe it's a firefighter who died on duty and still feels connected to the station. The land the firehouse was built on used to be part of an old logging camp in the late 1800s. There were plenty of accidents and deaths there. Or maybe it's something that has nothing to do with the building itself. something that attached to one of us and followed us here. Whatever it is, it seems to have a personality. It can be mischievous, moving things around and making noises to startle us. Other times it feels protective, like it's watching over us. The only time the station feels completely normal is when we're responding to a serious call, like whatever's here knows not to interfere with actual emergencies. Shit, there it is again. That dark shape just moved past the doorway. I'm completely alone on this floor right now. I can hear the guys snoring downstairs, and now there's footsteps in the hallway, walking slowly toward this room, heavy boots on the wooden floor. I've never been able to explain any of this. None of us can. We're practical people, trained to understand how things work, how fires spread, how buildings collapse. We deal in reality every day, but whatever's happening in this firehouse defies explanation. All I know is that after 11 years, I've accepted that we share this station with something else, something that was here long before us and will probably remain long after we're gone. The footsteps have stopped right outside the door now. I'm not turning around to look. Story 3. I never believed in ghosts. Sure, I'd get spooked watching horror movies like anyone else, but I always thought people who claimed to experience paranormal stuff were either looking for attention or had logical explanations they were overlooking. That changed last year when I moved into a house in Pinewood Valley with my cousin Anna and my boyfriend Tom. We were so excited when we found the place. It was this older 2-story house with lots of character, hardwood floors, big windows, a spacious kitchen. The rent was surprisingly affordable for the area, which should have been our first red flag, but we were just happy to find something within our budget that wasn't a total dump. The landlord, Mr. Peterson, was this odd older guy with these intense eyes that seemed to look through you rather than at you. When we signed the lease, he had this one weird stipulation: no candles allowed in the house, not scented ones, not birthday candles, nothing. He was super adamant about it. We thought it was strange, but figured maybe he'd had a fire in the past or something. We agreed easily enough. It seemed like a small price to pay for such a good deal. The first couple weeks were normal. We were settling in, arranging furniture, making the place feel like home. Anna and I both work from home most days, while Tom works at a camp 2 hours away where he stays for 2 weeks at a time, then comes home for a week. It was during Tom's first work rotation that things started getting weird. I woke up one morning and went to make coffee. Anna was already in the kitchen, looking confused. "Did you use the microwave last night?" she asked me. I shook my head. "No, why?" "It's set to 30 seconds instead of showing the time. I noticed it yesterday too, but I thought maybe you'd heated something up and forgot to clear it." I definitely hadn't. We both just kind of shrugged it off. Maybe it was a power flicker or something. But then it happened again the next day, and the day after that. Every morning the microwave would be set to 30 seconds when we came downstairs. We made sure to clear it every night before bed, but it kept happening. Then came the cat post incident. Anna has this big heavy scratching post for her cat, Milo. It weighs a ton and sits flush against the wall in the living room. One morning we came downstairs to find it pulled about 3 feet away from the wall. Neither of us had moved it, and Milo definitely couldn't have. It was way too heavy. I started noticing my bedroom fan would turn on by itself, even when I'd physically turned the dial to off the night before, not just once or twice. This happened at least 10 times over a couple of weeks. When I told Tom about this stuff during our phone calls, he'd laugh it off. "Old houses have quirky electrical systems," he'd say, or "maybe the floor is a little uneven and the cat post slides." Typical logical explanations. I wanted to believe him. Things got more intense after Anna's boyfriend Jake visited for a weekend. He didn't experience anything weird himself, but after he left, the activity ramped up. That very night, Anna and I were sitting in the living room watching TV when we both heard this loud gurgling sound coming from our water cooler in the kitchen. Not just a bubble or two. This was a full-on, sustained gurgling noise, like someone was turning the spigot and letting water run, except nobody was near it. We looked at each other and knew instantly we were thinking the same thing. We weren't alone in that house. I was so relieved when Tom came home from his work rotation. I thought maybe having him around would make things stop, or at least I'd have someone else to validate what was happening. For the first couple days, nothing unusual occurred. I started wondering if Anna and I had just been freaking ourselves out. Then it happened. Tom was in the shower when I heard him yell my name. I ran to the bathroom and he was standing there with a towel around his waist, pointing at the corner. "Did you put that there?" he asked, his voice shaky. Anna's cat post, the heavy one that had been in the living room when he got in the shower 10 minutes earlier, was now sitting in the bathroom. There was no way Anna or I had moved it. We'd been in the kitchen the whole time, and we definitely would have noticed each other sneaking a massive cat post into the bathroom while Tom was showering. That was the moment Tom stopped being skeptical. But what really worried me was how he started feeling physically ill after that. He developed this persistent cough and complained about feeling drained all the time. His symptoms would mysteriously improve whenever he left the house for a few hours, only to return when he came back. It was like the house itself was making him sick. Things came to a head about 5 weeks after we'd moved in. It was a Thursday evening and all three of us were home. We'd been talking about the weird occurrences, and I got this stupid idea from something I'd read online. I stood in the middle of the living room and said out loud, "If there's someone here with us, you're welcome to stay. This is your home too." The moment those words left my mouth, Milo made this horrific noise. Not a hiss or a meow, but this guttural sound I'd never heard a cat make before. He was staring intently toward the laundry room, his back arched, fur standing on end. We all turned to look. The laundry room door, which had been halfway open, slammed shut with such force the whole house seemed to shake. Then, almost immediately, it bounced back open as if someone had thrown it. Not slightly open, fully open, banging against the wall behind it. Anna screamed. I froze. Tom grabbed both our arms and pulled us toward the front door. We spent that night in a hotel. The next day, Anna brought over her friend who was into spiritual stuff. She performed a sage cleansing ritual throughout the house. I wasn't sure if I believed in that kind of thing, but I was desperate enough to try anything. It didn't help. If anything, things got worse. More frequent microwave incidents, lights turning on and off, items moving when we weren't looking. After 2 more weeks of this, we decided we couldn't stay. We broke our lease, forfeiting our security deposit, and found a new place within days. When we returned the keys to Mr. Peterson, I worked up the courage to ask him if previous tenants had ever mentioned anything unusual about the house. He looked uncomfortable, shifting his weight from one foot to the other, before finally admitting that the family before us had moved out after only 2 months because they kept hearing footsteps in the attic in the middle of the night. We didn't even know the house had an attic. I asked him about the no candles rule, hoping for some explanation that would make sense of our experience. He just shook his head and said, "Some things are better left in the dark before walking away." That was it. No explanation. It's been almost a year now, and I still get chills thinking about that house. Anna, Tom, and I don't talk about it much, but sometimes when we're together, one of us will bring up a specific incident, and we'll all go quiet. We know what we experienced. We know it wasn't our imagination. I still don't know what was in that house or why it seemed to get angrier the longer we stayed. Was it something about us, specifically? Was it upset that we'd moved into its space? What was the connection to candles? These questions keep me up at night sometimes. All I know is that I've never felt so unwelcome in a place that was supposed to be my home. And to this day, I won't light candles in my new apartment. Call it paranoia, but some rules are worth following, even if you don't understand why. Whatever was in that house in Pinewood Valley is still there, I'm sure of it. And I'm equally sure that it doesn't want human roommates. I just hope whoever lives there now figured that out before it's too late. Story 4. I've been driving big rigs for almost 15 years now, and I've seen some weird stuff on the road. You spend enough nights alone on long, empty stretches of highway, your mind starts playing tricks on you. At least that's what I always told myself. But what happened to me 3 nights ago on Route 17 outside Willow Creek, I can't explain it away. I'm still shaking as I type this. For context, I haul refrigerated goods from Sacramento to Portland twice a week. Usually, I make the trip without any issues beyond the occasional deer or bad weather. Route 17 is this narrow two-lane stretch that cuts through dense forest for about 70 miles. Most truckers avoid it at night if they can, but I was behind schedule and needed to make up time. It was around 1 in the morning when I hit that section. No moon that night, and a heavy fog had settled in, reducing visibility to maybe 50 feet ahead. The temperature gauge on my dash read 28 degrees. I remember because I was thinking about black ice, keeping my speed down to about 45 instead of my usual 65. I had the radio on low, some late-night talk show about conspiracy theories, mostly just to have another voice in the cab with me. I've never been one to get spooked easily, but something about that night felt wrong. The fog seemed to swallow my headlights, and the trees on either side of the road looked like they were closing in. About 20 miles into that stretch, I spotted someone on the shoulder, a hitchhiker, thumb out, illuminated by my headlights. In 15 years, I've never picked up a hitchhiker, company policy and common sense, but the temperature was dropping and the nearest town was over 30 miles away. No cell service out there either. I slowed down, telling myself I was just being decent. The guy looked rough, thin jacket, no proper winter gear. Before I could think better of it, I pulled over. He climbed in without saying much, just a quiet thanks as he settled into the passenger seat. The dome light gave me a good look at him. Gaunt face, hollow eyes, maybe mid-40s but looked older. His clothes were worn but not dirty. No luggage, not even a backpack. "Where you headed?" I asked, pulling back onto the road. "Just up the highway a ways," he said. His voice was dry, like he hadn't used it in a while. We drove in silence for a few minutes. I offered him some coffee from my thermos, but he declined. There was something off about him, not threatening, just strange, like he wasn't fully present. After about 10 minutes, he spoke up. "You drive this route often?" "Twice a week," I said, "Sacramento to Portland and back." He nodded slowly. "Always at night?" "Not always. Depends on the schedule." He turned to look at me then, and I swear his eyes reflected my dash lights in a way that wasn't natural. "You should avoid this stretch at night," he said, "especially when there's no moon." I gave a nervous laugh. "Roads not great, but I've driven worse." "It's not the road," he said, looking ahead through the windshield. "It's what's on it." I'll admit, a chill ran down my spine. But I've heard plenty of ghost stories from other drivers over the years. Every region has its local legends. "What do you mean?" I asked, half humoring him. "There's a truck," he said quietly. "Shows up on nights like this. Bright headlights, brighter than should be possible. Comes straight at you on your side of the road." "Drunk driver?" I suggested. He shook his head. "No driver. No one's ever seen a driver." I tightened my grip on the wheel. Sounds like a campfire story. "People have disappeared on this stretch," he continued as if I hadn't spoken. "Just in the last 5 years, 7 vehicles found abandoned, no bodies, no signs of struggle, just empty cars and trucks on the shoulder." "Highway Patrol would have said something," I argued. "They have. They blame it on wildlife or say the drivers wandered off disoriented after an accident. But they know. Ask any local in Willow Creek. They know to stay off this road after dark." I was getting annoyed now. "Look, man, I appreciate a good ghost story, but the lights come first," he interrupted. Blinding. Then the horn. A long, low blast that doesn't sound right. By then it's too late. You either swerve off the road or it passes through you. Passes through? It's not a physical truck, not anymore. I was about to tell him to knock it off when my CB radio crackled to life with static. I reached to adjust it, but before I could touch the dial, it went silent again. "It's starting," the hitchhiker said softly. "What's starting? Look, I think you should." That's when I saw it. Far ahead in the fog, a pair of headlights appeared. At first I thought nothing of it, just another vehicle. But as they approached, I realized they were in my lane, coming straight toward us. "Just an idiot on the wrong side," I muttered, slowing down and flashing my lights. The hitchhiker gripped the dashboard. It won't help. The approaching lights grew brighter, much brighter than any normal headlights should be. They were blinding, cutting through the fog like lasers, illuminating the entire road in harsh white light, and they were moving fast, way too fast. I laid on my horn, but there was no response, no change in direction. Just those lights bearing down on us at impossible speed. "Move over," I shouted, as if the other driver could hear me. "It won't stop," the hitchhiker said, his voice eerily calm. "It never stops." At the last second, I yanked the wheel hard to the right, feeling my trailer start to jackknife as I desperately tried to avoid a head-on collision. My truck lurched onto the shoulder, tires crunching on gravel, the right side scraping against tree branches. I braced for impact, every muscle in my body tensing, but the impact never came. The lights passed through us. I felt a cold so intense it burned, like being plunged into Arctic water. The cab temperature dropped so fast my windshield frosted over in seconds. The radio blared static and my dashboard lights flickered wildly, and then it was gone. The road behind us was empty. No taillights, no sign of another vehicle. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold the wheel. I managed to guide the truck back onto the asphalt, coming to a stop in the middle of the road. There was no other traffic in either direction. "What the hell was that?" I gasped, turning to the passenger seat. The hitchhiker was gone. Not just gone, there was no sign he'd ever been there. The seat was dry despite the light rain that had been falling when I picked him up. No footprints on the floor mat. Nothing. I sat there for maybe 5 minutes trying to process what had happened. Then I hit the gas and drove, faster than was safe on that road, until I reached the truck stop at the junction of Route 17 and the interstate. I pulled in around 2:30 in the morning. The place was quiet but not deserted. A few trucks in the lot, lights on in the diner. I parked and went inside, desperate for coffee and human contact. The diner was warm and normal. Fluorescent lights, the smell of bacon grease and coffee, a tired-looking waitress behind the counter. 2 other truckers sat at separate tables, one reading a newspaper, the other focused on his phone. I sat at the counter and ordered coffee. My hands were still shaking. "You okay, hun?" the waitress asked as she filled my mug. Her name tag read, "Doris." "Yeah," I lied. "Just a long night." "Coming from Route 17?" she asked, eyeing my company logo on my jacket. I nodded. She pressed her lips together but didn't say anything else. I drank my coffee and ordered some eggs, trying to convince myself that I'd imagined the whole thing. Maybe I'd fallen asleep at the wheel for a few seconds. Maybe there was no hitchhiker at all. But I couldn't shake the bone-deep cold that had settled in me when those lights passed through my truck, or the absolute certainty that for a brief moment I'd been somewhere else, somewhere not quite in this world. As I was paying my bill, I worked up the courage to ask Doris, "Do you know any stories about Route 17? Anything strange happening out there?" She glanced around to make sure no one was listening, then leaned in. "We don't talk about it much. Bad for business. But yeah, that stretch has a reputation." "What kind of reputation?" "People go missing, more than they should." She lowered her voice further. "My cousin's husband was highway patrol. Said they found a semi-abandoned 2 years back, engine still running, driver's door open, coffee still hot in the cup holder. Driver was just gone." I felt sick. "Did they ever find him?" She shook her head. "That's the thing. They never find them." I thanked her and left a big tip. Went back to my truck but couldn't bring myself to start the engine. I called my dispatcher and told her I was taking a 4-hour rest break due to fatigue. Then I locked all the doors and tried to sleep in my bunk. I must have dozed off eventually because I woke up to daylight. The truck stop was busy now, normal activity all around me. In the light of day, what happened seemed less real, more like a vivid nightmare. But I know what I saw. What I felt. I completed my delivery in Portland and took an alternate route back to Sacramento, adding nearly 3 hours to my trip. My boss wasn't happy, but I made up some excuse about road construction. I've been home for 2 days now, trying to make sense of it all. I've looked online for information about Route 17 and found a few vague mentions in forums about it being haunted or cursed, but nothing substantial. What keeps me up at night is the hitchhiker. Was he a ghost, a warning, or something else entirely? And that phantom truck. What would have happened if I hadn't swerved? Would I be one of those missing drivers, another unsolved disappearance? I'm scheduled to make the same run tomorrow night. I've asked for a different route, but with the holiday rush, I don't think they'll accommodate me. I don't know what I'm going to do. All I know is I can't shake the feeling that I was given a warning, and that next time I might not be so lucky. The strangest part? When I got home and emptied my pockets, I found a worn trucker's log book page that isn't mine. The date on it is from 1973, and there's just one line written in faded pen: bright lights ahead en route. 17. Going to pull over and check my map. Story 5. I still have nightmares about that cruise. It's been over 8 months, and I haven't told many people about what happened. Who would believe me anyway? But I need to get this off my chest, so here goes. I'm a historian specializing in maritime disasters. Ironic, I know. Last year, I was absolutely burnt out from finishing a research project on the disappearance of vessels in the Bermuda Triangle. When my colleagues suggested I take the maiden voyage of the MV Elysium from New York to the Bahamas, it seemed perfect. 5 days of luxury, sunshine, and absolutely no research. The Elysium was massive. 22 decks, 8 restaurants, 3 pools, a casino, and staterooms that rivaled 5-star hotels. When I first boarded, I was blown away. The main atrium rose 15 decks high with crystal chandeliers and a pianist playing on a floating platform. Everything gleamed. The cruise line had spared no expense. My stateroom was on deck 8, with a private balcony overlooking the ocean. The first day was perfect. I explored the ship, had an amazing dinner at the Italian restaurant, and watched the sunset from the top deck as we sailed away from New York. For the first time in months, I felt relaxed. But something changed on the second evening. I was sitting in the Sapphire Lounge nursing a gin and tonic when the lights flickered. Just for a second or two. Nobody seemed concerned. The cruise director made some joke about working out the kinks on our maiden voyage. Everyone laughed, but a cold feeling settled in my stomach. That night, weird things started happening in my stateroom. I was reading when my door opened by itself. Not just unlocked, it physically opened. I got up, closed it, and double-checked the lock. 20 minutes later, it happened again. I called guest services, and they sent a maintenance guy who found nothing wrong with the electronic lock system. Around 2 in the morning, I woke up to the sound of footsteps stopping right outside my door. I waited for a knock, but there was nothing, just silence. When I looked through the peephole, the hallway was empty. I tried convincing myself it was just another passenger coming back late from the casino, but the footsteps had stopped precisely at my door. I barely slept that night. At breakfast the next morning, I overheard a couple talking about a missing passenger. Apparently some guy named Mark hadn't shown up for a dinner reservation with his friends, and no one could find him. Security was doing a routine check. The staff were downplaying it, saying he probably found better company for the evening, but something in their faces told me they were worried. By lunchtime, rumors were spreading about a second disappearance, an elderly woman who'd missed her scheduled spa treatment and wasn't in her room. The crew members started moving in pairs, and I noticed security personnel at the ends of each corridor. They were trying to be discreet, but I've always been observant. That afternoon, I decided to explore the lower decks. Maybe it was the historian in me, but I wanted to see the parts of the ship tourists weren't supposed to see. I took the service elevator down to deck 2, where I found myself in a long, sterile corridor. The plush carpeting of the upper decks was replaced with industrial flooring. The walls were stark white. As I walked, the corridor became narrower, the lighting dimmer. I should have turned back, but curiosity pushed me forward. That's when I saw it, a section marked Restricted Area, Crew Only, with a door that was slightly ajar. I glanced around. No one was watching. I slipped through. The temperature dropped immediately. I could see my breath fogging in front of me, even though it was August and we were approaching the Bahamas. The corridor stretched ahead, lit by flickering fluorescent lights. At the end was an unmarked door, heavy, metal, and painted deep blue. I still don't know why I opened it. Curiosity, stupidity, some force pulling me forward. Whatever the reason, I turned the handle and stepped inside. What I saw defied explanation. The room was massive, impossibly large for the ship's dimensions. It stretched farther than I could see in the dim lighting. But what really terrified me were the rows upon rows of what looked like old-fashioned ship's cabins. Each had a small porthole window and a name plaque beside the door, but every plaque was blank. The cabins reminded me of quarters from early 20th century ocean liners, nothing like the Elysium's modern design. The wood was dark and weathered, the metal fixtures tarnished. It was like stepping into a different era. I was so distracted by the impossible sight that I didn't notice the door closing behind me until I heard it slam shut. I spun around, lunged for the handle, but it wouldn't budge. Panic surged through me as I realized I was trapped. That's when I felt it. A presence behind me. The air grew colder, and the hairs on my arms stood up. Slowly, I turned. A man stood 10 feet away. He wore an old-fashioned naval uniform, something from the 1940s, maybe earlier. His face was gaunt, his eyes hollow. But the most disturbing thing was that I could see through him, not completely transparent, but wrong, like he wasn't fully there. "Help me find them," he said. His voice sounded like it was coming through water, distant and distorted. I backed up against the door, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might break through my ribs. "Find who?" I managed to ask. "The others," he replied, moving closer. "They've been taken. They're trapped here, like me." I fumbled blindly for the door handle, not taking my eyes off him. My fingers finally found it, but it still wouldn't turn. The apparition, I can't think of another word for what he was, reached out toward me. That's when I noticed a small window to my left. Without thinking, I grabbed a nearby chair, smashed the glass, and somehow squeezed through the opening, cutting my arm in the process. I found myself in another corridor and ran blindly until I reached an emergency stairwell. I didn't stop until I reached the crowded main deck, bleeding and hysterical. A staff member took me to the medical center where they treated the cut on my arm. I tried explaining what I'd seen, but the doctor just gave me a sedative, assuming I was having a panic attack. Maybe I should have let it go. Maybe I should have convinced myself it was stress or an overactive imagination, but I couldn't. That night, after the sedative wore off, I started investigating. I found a young security officer at the end of my hallway. His name tag said David. He looked barely 21. I struck up a conversation, asked casual questions about the ship, then mentioned the missing passengers. His face changed immediately. "How do you know about that?" he asked, looking around nervously. "People talk," I said. "How many are missing now?" He hesitated before answering. 5, but please don't spread that around. The captain doesn't want a panic." 5 people had vanished in less than 3 days, on a closed ship in the middle of the ocean. I asked about security footage, and his expression told me everything. "There is footage," I pressed. "What does it show?" "I shouldn't be telling you this," he whispered, "but it's freaking everybody out. The cameras show them entering that restricted corridor on deck 2, but there's no footage of them leaving. Ever." My blood turned to ice. "Has anyone gone to investigate?" 2 security guys went down this morning. They haven't come back. The captain's ordered everyone to stay away from that section. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about those empty cabins with their blank name plaques and the ghostly officer asking for help. Around 3 in the morning I made a decision. I needed to go back, but not alone. Over breakfast, I carefully approached a couple I'd befriended earlier, Tom and Sarah, both retired police officers. I also found Rachel, a physics professor I'd met at the pool, and Emir, a ship engineer who'd been open about his concerns regarding some of the Elysium's unconventional design elements. It took some convincing, but they agreed to come with me. Emir had access to crew areas and led us down to deck 2 around midnight. The restricted corridor seemed darker than before, the air heavier. When we reached the blue door, Emir used his keycard. but it didn't work. Tom and I had to force it open. What we saw inside wasn't the room of cabins I'd described to them. It was something else. The space swirled with mist and shadow, constantly shifting. Voices whispered from every direction, and in the swirling darkness, faces appeared and disappeared. Dozens of them. Some looked terrified, others resigned. I recognized two of them from photos I'd seen posted about the missing passengers. Rachel stumbled backward. "This is impossible," she kept saying. "The physics don't allow for this space to exist within the ship's dimensions." Emir looked pale. I knew something was wrong with the blueprints. There were sections I wasn't allowed to see during construction. As we stood there, frozen in horror, the captain himself appeared behind us with 4 security officers. His face showed no surprise, only resignation. "You shouldn't have come here," he said quietly. The truth came out then. The Elysium wasn't just a cruise ship. It had been designed with a purpose, to serve as a vessel for souls lost in the Bermuda Triangle. The architect had incorporated ancient symbols and geometric patterns into the ship's structure, creating what the captain called a spiritual anchor. The company knew what they were building, he admitted. There's power in those waters, and they found a way to harness it. The ship attracts the lost souls and keeps them. "Why?" Sarah demanded. "What's the point?" The captain wouldn't answer that, but Emir had a theory. Someone believed they could extract energy from trapped souls, infinite power from the afterlife. We were escorted back to our staterooms and kept under surveillance for the remaining 2 days of the cruise. The ship turned back toward New York, canceling the Bahamas portion of the journey. The official explanation was mechanical issues. When we docked, investigators came aboard. I gave my statement, but I could tell they didn't believe me. The company issued refunds and shut down the Elysium for renovations. That was 8 months ago. The Elysium never sailed again. It sits in New York Harbor, supposedly awaiting repairs. No one goes near it. I've tried researching what happened, connecting with others who were on that voyage. Most have moved on, convinced themselves it was mass hysteria or some kind of gas leak causing hallucinations. But I know what I saw. Last week, I received an anonymous envelope containing a ship manifest from 1942, a vessel called the SS Concordia that vanished in the Bermuda Triangle. The officer I saw wore a Concordia uniform. I've found similar manifests for other ships that disappeared in those waters over the past century. Sometimes I wake up at night and feel like someone's standing outside my bedroom door. I hear footsteps that stop right outside. And in those moments between sleep and waking, I swear I can hear that ghostly voice again. Help me find them. I don't know what to do with this knowledge. I don't know how to help those trapped souls. All I know is that something evil was built into that ship. And even though it's docked and empty, I believe it's still collecting, still hungry, still waiting. Story 6. I haven't slept properly in 6 years, not since I first saw him. I'm not talking about the regular kind of insomnia where you toss and turn for hours before finally drifting off. This is different. This is me fighting to stay awake because I'm terrified of what happens when I close my eyes. I've lived in Darkwater Valley my whole life. It's a small town where nothing much happens, tucked away between mountains that block out the sun earlier than they should. Growing up, I never had trouble sleeping. That changed when I turned 23. The first time it happened, I thought it was just a weird dream. I was exhausted after a long shift at the diner, and I remember practically collapsing into bed around midnight. I fell asleep almost instantly, but then something pulled me into this weird in-between state. I wasn't fully asleep, but I definitely wasn't awake either. My eyes opened, but nothing else would move. Not my fingers, not my toes, not even my mouth to scream, just my eyelids. I was completely paralyzed, pinned to my mattress by some invisible force. The panic was immediate and overwhelming. I couldn't even take a deep breath, just shallow, quick gasps that didn't seem to fill my lungs. That's when I heard it. Tap, tap, tap. A slow, rhythmic sound, like water dripping from a leaky faucet. But it wasn't water. Even before I saw anything, some deep primal part of me knew it wasn't water. I strained my eyes, trying to look around my room without being able to move my head. The tapping got louder. Tap, 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 getting closer. Then he stepped into my line of sight. A man, completely naked, pale skin practically glowing in the darkness of my bedroom. But where his head should have been was, God, even now typing this makes my hands shake. Where his head should have been was the freshly severed head of a goat. Not a mask, not some Halloween costume, a real goat's head, placed over his own like some kind of horrific helmet. Dark blood dripped steadily from the matted fur, hitting my hardwood floor with each tap. He just stood there at the foot of my bed, watching me. The goat's dead eyes somehow still seemed to see me, to look right through me. Blood continued to drip, forming a small puddle on my floor. Tap, tap, tap. I tried to scream. I tried to move. Nothing happened. I was trapped, forced to stare at this nightmarish figure while he stared back at me. Minutes stretched into what felt like hours. He never moved closer, never made a sound beyond the steady dripping of blood, just watched. Then, as suddenly as it began, the paralysis broke. I gasped, my body jolting upright as if electrocuted, and he was gone. No blood on the floor. No evidence he'd ever been there. I convinced myself it was sleep paralysis. I'd heard about it before. Hallucinations, feeling of pressure on your chest, inability to move. Classic symptoms. I spent hours on medical websites reading about it, reassuring myself that what I'd experienced was completely normal. Terrifying, but normal. A trick of my exhausted brain. But then it happened again. 3 nights later. Exactly the same. The paralysis. The tapping. The goat-headed man, standing silently, watching me with those dead eyes while blood formed a puddle at his feet. And again, a week after that. And again. And again. I tried everything. Sleeping pills, meditation, white noise machines. I rearranged my room, thinking maybe the layout was somehow triggering my brain. I even tried sleeping on the couch instead. Nothing helped. He always found me. The episodes started happening more frequently. Once a week became twice a week, then every other night, then almost every night. Always the same figure, always the same goat head with blood dripping to create that horrible tapping sound that I now hear in my nightmares even when I'm wide awake. I went to doctors, so many doctors, sleep specialists, psychiatrists, neurologists. They ran tests, prescribed medications, taught me sleep hygiene techniques. Some of them looked at me with real concern. Others clearly thought I was making it up for attention or medication. None of them helped. The worst part is how consistent he is. People with sleep paralysis usually report seeing different things each time, or at least variations of the same thing. Mine never changes. Every detail is exactly the same, down to the pattern of the blood drips. Tap, tap, tap. Always 3 drops, then a slight pause, then 3 more. After a year of this, I was at my breaking point. I hadn't had a full night's sleep in months. I was hallucinating from exhaustion, even when I was awake. I'd lost my job at the diner because I couldn't focus, couldn't remember orders, couldn't stop dropping things. My friends stopped calling because I was too negative or needed professional help they couldn't provide. Even my parents started keeping their distance, uncomfortable with the hollow-eyed stranger their daughter had become. So I made a drastic decision. I moved, packed everything I owned into my beat-up Honda and drove 3 hours to the next town over. Found a tiny apartment above a laundromat and convinced myself that whatever was haunting my bedroom in Darkwater Valley couldn't possibly follow me here. I was wrong. The very first night in my new place, he came. I hadn't even fully unpacked. Boxes were stacked against the walls, my mattress was on the floor with no frame, and I was using a camping lantern because I hadn't bought proper lamps yet. None of that mattered. The moment sleep started to take me, the paralysis set in. My eyes opened to the familiar tap, 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 and there he was, standing among my unpacked boxes, watching. dripping. That's when I knew with absolute certainty that this wasn't just sleep paralysis. This wasn't a hallucination or a recurring nightmare or some manifestation of anxiety. This was something else. Something attached to me, not to my home in Darkwater Valley. I've tried to research what might be happening to me. I've gone down so many rabbit holes, folklore about goat-headed demons, sleep disorders, supernatural hauntings, even alien abductions. Nothing quite matches what I'm experiencing. I've tried to document it too, set up cameras to record while I sleep. The footage always shows me lying still in bed, occasionally twitching or making small sounds of distress. No goat-headed visitor appears on the recordings, but I know he's there. I feel his presence even before my eyes open to see him. The past 6 years have been a blur of sleepless nights and exhausted days. I've moved 4 more times. I've tried sleeping in my car, in motels, even outdoors once when I was desperate enough to think that might help. He always finds me. I've tried confronting him, in my mind at least. Since I can't speak during these episodes, I've tried projecting thoughts at him, asking what he wants, why he's tormenting me. He never responds, just watches with those dead goat eyes while blood drips steadily from the matted fur. I've told this story at sleepovers and parties as a creepy tale. People always get that look, part fascination, part disbelief. They tell me I should write horror stories. They don't realize I'm living one. Last night was the worst episode yet. It started the same way, paralysis setting in as I drifted towards sleep, eyes opening to see the familiar figure at the foot of my bed. Tap, tap, tap. But this time, something changed. After standing motionless for what felt like an eternity, he took a step toward me, then another. In all these years, he'd never moved from his spot at the foot of my bed. But last night, he walked slowly around to the side, those dead eyes never leaving mine, blood creating a trail behind him. He leaned down, bringing that grotesque goat face close to mine. The smell was overwhelming. Copper and decay and something earthy I couldn't identify. Blood dripped onto my cheek, warm and thick. Tap. I couldn't close my eyes, couldn't turn away. Tap. His hand, human, pale with dirt under the fingernails, reached toward my face. Tap. Just before he touched me, the paralysis broke. I scrambled backward, falling out of bed and slamming into my nightstand. The lamp crashed to the floor, the bulb shattering. In the sudden darkness, I fumbled for my phone, turning on the flashlight with shaking fingers. He was gone. The blood on my cheek was gone too, if it had ever been there at all. I didn't go back to sleep. I couldn't. I sat in the corner of my room until dawn, flashlight clutched in my white-knuckled hand, jumping at every creak and shadow. I don't know what's happening to me. I don't know who or what the goat-headed man is, or why he's chosen me. I don't know if he's a figment of my broken brain or something supernatural that's latched onto me. All I know is that he's getting bolder, moving closer, reaching for me. Tonight, I'll try to stay awake again. I've done it before, gone 3-4 days without sleep until my body simply shuts down from exhaustion. But I can't keep living like this. Something has to change. I'm writing this partly as a record in case something happens to me, and partly because I'm desperate for answers. Has anyone else experienced something similar? Does anyone know what the goat-headed visitor means or what he wants from me? Because I'm terrified of what will happen when he finally touches me. Story 7. I still can't sleep properly, and it's been 2 weeks. Every time I close my eyes, I see that figure in the window. I need to write this down. Maybe it'll help make sense of what happened that night at the Grayson house. For context, I'm Mia, a senior at Willow Creek High. Our town is one of those places where everyone knows everyone, and local legends get passed down like family recipes. The biggest one is about the Grayson house that sits on top of Hollow Hill, abandoned for over 50 years. The story goes that the entire Grayson family disappeared during a storm back in the 70s. No bodies, no evidence of foul play, just gone. Their dinner was still on the table, clothes in the closets, car in the garage, everything left behind like they'd just stepped out for a minute. Growing up here, we all heard the stories. People who'd gone up there talking about cold spots, weird noises, shadows moving by themselves, standard spooky house stuff that you'd laugh off, except the way they'd tell it. They weren't laughing. So anyway, Halloween night rolls around this year and my friends and I are sitting around complaining about how there's nothing to do in this town. That's when Jack, always the one with the brilliant ideas, suggests we spend the night in the Grayson house. "Come on," he said. "We've been hearing about this place our whole lives. Don't you want to know if any of it's true?" Lucy immediately started listing reasons why it was a terrible idea. Trespassing, the house probably being structurally unsound, etc. But Tom was already siding with Jack, and honestly, I was curious too. We're all heading to different colleges next year. This would be our last Halloween together, so why not make it memorable? We agreed to meet at the base of Hollow Hill at 9 that night. I packed my backpack with the essentials: flashlight, power bank for my phone, sleeping bag, water and snacks. My parents thought I was sleeping over at Lucy's, and her parents thought she was at mine. Classic teenage deception. The walk up Hollow Hill that night was already eerie. The moon was mostly hidden behind clouds, and the trees created these weird shadows across the path. Tom kept trying to scare Lucy by jumping out from behind trees, but she wasn't having it. "Knock it off," she kept saying. "This is already creepy enough." And then we saw it, the Grayson house. It was bigger than I expected. This massive Victorian-style mansion with a wraparound porch and those tall, narrow windows that always look like they're watching you. Most of the paint had peeled off, leaving this gray, weathered wood exposed. Parts of the roof were caved in, and ivy had overtaken one entire side. "Holy shit," Jack whispered. "It's even creepier than in the pictures." We stood there for a minute, just staring. I'm not superstitious, but something about that house felt wrong, like it was watching us back. I nearly backed out right then, but Jack was already heading up the front steps, and my pride wouldn't let me chicken out in front of everyone. The front door was unlocked, which was our first red flag. In a town this small, you'd think someone would have boarded it up properly, especially with all the stories. Jack pushed it open, and it made this awful creaking sound that echoed through the entire house. The inside smelled like dust, mold, and something else I couldn't place, something metallic, almost like blood, but fainter. Our flashlights revealed a grand entryway with a staircase leading to the second floor. There was furniture everywhere, covered in dusty white sheets like ghosts frozen in time. The wallpaper was this faded floral pattern peeling away in strips. "Let's set up in the living room," Tom suggested, his voice sounding smaller than usual. We found what must have been the living room, a large space with sheet-covered couches and a fireplace. Jack tried to lighten the mood by pulling off one of the sheets with a flourish, sending a cloud of dust into the air that had us all coughing. "Maybe we should explore a bit first," Jack said after we'd caught our breath. "We can go in pairs. Tom and Lucy, you guys check upstairs. Mia and I will look around down here." Lucy didn't look happy about the arrangement, but nodded anyway. "Let's meet back here in 30 minutes, regardless of what we find. And keep your phones on." Jack and I headed toward what looked like a kitchen, while Tom and Lucy reluctantly climbed the creaking staircase. The kitchen was in surprising condition. Old appliances from the 70s, dishes still in the cabinets, even canned food in the pantry. It really did look like the family just vanished mid-life. "This is so weird," I said, running my finger through the thick dust on the countertop. "Why would they leave everything behind?" Jack shrugged, opening a drawer full of silverware. "Maybe they didn't have a choice." We continued exploring the first floor, finding a dining room with the table still set for dinner, a small study with bookshelves full of moldy books, and eventually a door leading to what looked like a basement. "Should we?" Jack asked, shining his flashlight down the dark staircase. Part of me wanted to say no, but I nodded anyway. Quick look, then back to the living room. The basement was the worst part. It was cold down there, much colder than the rest of the house. Our breath came out in visible puffs. It was mostly empty except for some old tools, boxes of Christmas decorations, and in the far corner, a large cracked mirror leaning against the wall. Jack walked over to it, fascinated. Check this out. The mirror was easily 6 feet tall, with an ornate gold frame now tarnished black in places. The crack ran diagonally across the glass, distorting our reflections. As I stood next to Jack, looking at our warped images, I swear I saw something move behind us, a shadow just for a second. I spun around, but there was nothing there. "What?" Jack asked, turning to. "Nothing," I said, but my heart was racing. "Let's go back up. This place gives me the creeps." When we returned to the living room, Tom and Lucy were already waiting for us. Lucy looked pale. "You okay?" I asked her. She nodded stiffly. "We found a nursery upstairs. It still had toys in it, a crib, everything." "Lucy saw something in the mirror in there," Tom added, his usual joking tone gone. "What did you see?" Jack asked. Lucy hesitated. "A shadow. It moved on its own, like it was watching me, and I felt cold, really cold." Jack and I exchanged looks. "We found a mirror in the basement too," I said. "I thought I saw something in it as well." There was an uncomfortable silence as we all processed this. Then Jack, trying to lighten the mood, pulled something from his backpack, a Ouija board. "You've got to be kidding me," Lucy groaned. "That's such a bad idea." "Come on," Jack insisted. "We're already here, might as well go all in." Tom, surprisingly, backed Lucy up. "I don't know, man. This place already feels off." But Jack was persistent, and eventually we all sat in a circle on the dusty floor. Jack lit some candles he'd brought, for ambiance, he claimed, and we placed our fingers on the planchette. "Is anyone there?" Jack asked, his voice steady. Nothing happened at first, and I started to feel ridiculous. Then, slowly, the planchette began to move. Grayson. "Very funny," Lucy said, glaring at Jack. "Who's pushing it?" "Not me," Jack replied, looking genuinely surprised. The planchette moved again. Trappeda. A chill ran down my spine that had nothing to do with the temperature. None of us would admit to moving it, and I honestly don't think anyone was. The candle flames suddenly grew taller, casting elongated shadows across the walls. DIE. The moment that word was spelled out, all the candles extinguished simultaneously. The room temperature dropped so drastically that I could see my breath again, even though we weren't in the basement anymore. Then came the footsteps, from upstairs, slow and deliberate. Thump, 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 like someone walking very slowly across the floor directly above us. "There's someone else in the house," Tom whispered, his voice shaking. "Or something," Lucy added. The footsteps continued, moving from above us toward the staircase. We heard them on the stairs next, descending one by one. That's when we panicked. Jack grabbed his backpack. Lucy was already heading for the door, and Tom and I weren't far behind. But when Jack tried the front door, it wouldn't budge. He threw his weight against it, but it was like it had been sealed shut. The footsteps were at the bottom of the stairs now, moving toward the living room. "Back door!" Tom shouted, and we all ran toward the kitchen. I've never been so terrified in my life. As we ran, I felt something cold brush against my neck, like fingers trying to grab me. The photos on the walls, faded family portraits of people I assumed were the Graysons, seemed to watch us as we passed. We reached the kitchen, and thankfully the back door opened when Tom yanked on it. We spilled out into the night air, gasping. But we didn't stop running. We sprinted down the hill, not daring to look back until we were almost at the bottom. When I finally did turn around, I saw a light on in one of the upstairs windows, and there, clearly visible, was a figure. It wasn't clearly male or female, just a dark silhouette against the yellow light. It was watching us. We made it back to town and went straight to Lucy's house, where we spent the rest of the night huddled together, jumping at every noise. None of us slept. The next morning, we convinced ourselves to go to the sheriff. Sheriff Dawson listened patiently to our story, then sighed. "You kids shouldn't have been up there. That house isn't safe." But he agreed to go back with us, probably to make sure we hadn't damaged anything. In daylight, the house looked different, still creepy, but less menacing. When we went inside with the sheriff, everything was as decrepit as before, but there was no sign of our Ouija board session. The candles Jack had brought were gone, and when we checked the rooms we'd explored, they looked untouched. The mirrors we'd seen, both the one in the basement and the one in the nursery, were nowhere to be found. Sheriff Dawson clearly thought we were making it all up or had been scared by our own imaginations. He lectured us about trespassing and sent us home, but I know what I saw, what I felt, that cold touch on my neck, the figure in the window. It's been 2 weeks, and I still can't shake the feeling that we disturbed something in that house, something that had been dormant for 50 years. Last night, I woke up at 3 in the morning to find my bedroom mirror covered in fog, like someone had been breathing on it. When I got up to look closer, I saw words written in the condensation. "You're next, I've covered all the mirrors in my house. I don't know what else to do. I don't know if the others have experienced anything since that night, because none of us talk about it. It's like we're all trying to pretend it never happened. But it did happen, and I'm terrified that whatever was in the Grayson house didn't stay there. That somehow it followed us home." Story 8. I've never really told anyone this story before. Not the full version anyway. It's still hard to talk about, even though it's been 15 years since it happened. I guess I'm finally sharing it because I need to know if anyone else has experienced something similar. I was 8 years old when my parents decided to renovate the spare room at the end of the hallway in our suburban Oak Ridge home. They thought I was getting too old to share a room with my little brother, so they figured it was time for me to have my own space. I remember my mom being so excited about it, showing me paint swatches and asking which color I wanted for the walls. But even before the renovation, that room always felt wrong. The spare room was originally just storage space, boxes of Christmas decorations, old photo albums, and my dad's college stuff. But I hated going in there, even during the daytime. My parents thought I was just being a typical kid afraid of a dark, cluttered room, but it wasn't that. The room felt heavy somehow, like the air was thicker inside it. And the closet, that closet was the worst part. It was a simple sliding door closet, nothing special. But even when the door was open and you could see there was nothing inside, it still felt like something was there, hiding just beyond what your eyes could see. I tried explaining this to my parents, but they just laughed it off. "Lucas, it's just an empty closet," my dad would say. "Once we clean everything out and put in your bed and toys, you'll love it." I didn't argue. I knew they wouldn't understand. How do you explain to adults that a perfectly normal room feels wrong? That a regular closet seems to contain darkness that's somehow darker than regular darkness? The renovation took about 3 weeks. They painted the walls blue, my choice, put in new carpet, a desk for homework, bookshelves, and a nice twin bed with a Star Wars comforter. My mom hung cool, space-themed curtains, and my dad installed a ceiling fan with a light that looked like a spaceship. They did everything they could to make it perfect for me. On the first night in my new room, I tried to be brave. I really did. My little brother was jealous that I had my own room now, and my parents were so proud of the work they'd done. I didn't want to disappoint them, but I couldn't sleep. I just lay there staring at the closet door, which was closed but not completely. There was a small gap where the sliding door hadn't quite reached the end. That gap seemed to emit pure darkness, a darkness that didn't match the ambient night darkness of my room. That was the first night I sleepwalked. According to my parents, I showed up at their bedside at around 3 in the morning, just standing there, eyes open but not really seeing. My mom said she nearly had a heart attack when she woke up to find me silently standing next to their bed. They led me back to my room, tucked me in, and I apparently stayed there for the rest of the night. But this became a pattern. Almost every night I would sleepwalk at the exact same time, 3 in the morning, and end up in my parents' room. I never remembered doing it. I'd just wake up back in my own bed, with my mom telling me over breakfast that I'd sleepwalked again. After about 6 months of this, my parents took me to a doctor. He said it was probably just stress or an adjustment period to the new room. He suggested a nightlight and keeping to a strict bedtime routine. We tried both. The nightlight seemed to make things worse. It created more shadows, and the darkness from the closet seemed to grow stronger in contrast. This went on for almost 2 years. 2 years of sleepwalking to my parents' room at 3 in the morning. 2 years of feeling a constant, unexplainable dread every time I entered my bedroom. 2 years of watching that closet, convinced that something was in there, watching me back. Then came the night that changed everything. I was 10 years old by then. It was a Tuesday in October, just a few weeks before Halloween. I remember because my mom had started putting up some Halloween decorations that day. Nothing scary, just some paper pumpkins and a few fake autumn leaves. I'd gone to bed at my usual time, around 8:30. I had school the next day. I'm not sure what woke me up, but I remember looking at my digital clock and seeing the time, 11:30. Much earlier than my usual sleepwalking time, but I was immediately gripped by a fear so intense that I can still feel it when I think about that night. It wasn't the normal childhood fear of monsters under the bed. This was primal terror, the kind that turns your blood to ice and makes it hard to breathe. The closet door was open wider than usual, and the darkness inside, it was moving. Not like shadows move when a light source shifts. This was moving with purpose, like it was breathing or pulsing. I bolted out of bed and ran for the door. I didn't even grab my slippers or turn on the light. I just ran. But as I reached for the doorknob, the door swung open and my dad was standing there. "Lucas, what are you doing up?" he asked, his voice rough with sleep. I tried to push past him, desperate to get out of that room. "Dad, please, I need to sleep in your room. Please." My dad, Marcus, was not a stern man usually, but he had been getting increasingly frustrated with my sleepwalking and irrational fears, as he called them. He put his hands on my shoulders and gently but firmly pushed me back toward my bed. "Son, you're 10 years old now. You need to face your fears. There's nothing in this room that can hurt you." "But Dad..." "No buts, Lucas. Back to bed. I'll sit with you for a few minutes if you want, but you're sleeping in your own room tonight." I knew that tone. There was no arguing with him when he used it. Defeated, I climbed back into bed, pulling the covers up to my chin despite the fact that it wasn't particularly cold. My dad sat on the edge of the bed for a few minutes, patting my leg through the blanket. "See, everything's fine," he said, clearly tired and wanting to go back to bed himself. I didn't respond. I was staring at the closet over his shoulder, watching as the darkness seemed to recede slightly with my father's presence. After about 5 minutes, he stood up. "Good night, buddy. Sleep tight." He ruffled my hair and walked out, closing the door behind him, and then I was alone again, with the darkness. I lay there, rigid with fear, my eyes fixed on the closet. The darkness began to move again almost immediately, stretching out from the closet like tendrils of smoke, but denser, darker. It moved slowly across my ceiling, down the walls, and along the floor toward my bed. I wanted to scream, to run, but I was paralyzed with fear. I couldn't even close my eyes. I just watched as the darkness surrounded my bed like a predator circling its prey. And then I felt it, an arm, an adult-sized arm, extending across my body, as if someone was lying next to me and had draped their arm over me in sleep. But there was no one there. Nothing I could see, anyway, just the weight and pressure of an invisible limb across my chest. I don't know how, but I broke free of my paralysis. I screamed and threw off the covers, tumbling out of bed and scrambling for the door. I yanked it open and ran into the hallway, nearly colliding with both my parents, who had heard my scream and were rushing to my room. "Lucas!" "What's wrong?" My mom grabbed me, pulling me close. I was sobbing so hard I could barely speak. "There's someone in my room, in my bed." I felt their arm. My dad immediately went into my room, turning on the lights and checking everywhere. Under the bed, in the closet, behind the curtains. Of course, he found nothing. But when he came back out to the hallway where my mom was still holding me, there was something in his expression I'd never seen before. He looked uncertain, like maybe Just maybe he believed me. "There's nothing in there, buddy," he said, but his voice lacked conviction. He exchanged a glance with my mom that I couldn't interpret at the time, but now recognize as concern mixed with fear. They let me sleep in their room that night, something they hadn't allowed in over a year. I slept on a makeshift bed on the floor, and for the first time in ages, I slept through the night without sleepwalking. The next day, something weird started happening. I began having what I can only describe as waking dreams. I would be fully awake, or at least I thought I was, but my eyes would be open while I felt like I was dreaming. And during these episodes, I would hear a voice, not a scary voice. It was calm, almost monotone, but definitely not human. It would tell me things, random things at first. "Don't take the bus today, walk with Mrs. Henderson instead." I listened, skipping the bus and walking home with my friend's mom that day. Later, we found out the bus had broken down and the kids had been stuck waiting for over 2 hours in the cold. Another time, "Tell your father to check the brake fluid in his car." When I relayed this to my dad, he gave me an odd look but went and checked anyway. He discovered a leak that could have caused his brakes to fail if left unchecked. These warnings continued, becoming more specific over time, and I noticed something else. When I followed them, good things happened or bad things were avoided. When I deliberately ignored them, which I did a few times out of curiosity or stubbornness, minor misfortunes would occur. Nothing life-threatening, but enough to make me pay attention. My dad started to take my warnings seriously. He never questioned them or asked where I got my information. He would just nod and do whatever I suggested. Once, I told him not to go on a planned fishing trip with his friends. He canceled without hesitation. The boat they were going to use capsized that day. Everyone survived, but it was a close call. We never really talked about what happened that night in my room, not directly anyway, but something had changed between my dad and me. There was an understanding, an acceptance of something neither of us could explain, but both knew was real. I still slept in that room until I left for college, but the darkness never approached me again. The sleepwalking stopped completely. The closet remained just a closet, but I always kept it closed. Always. I'm 25 now and living on a different continent from my parents. My dad and I talk regularly, but we've still never directly discussed that night or the waking dreams that followed. It's like an unspoken agreement between us, an acknowledgement of something beyond normal experience that we shared but don't have the vocabulary to address. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if I had stayed in that bed when the darkness reached out to me. Would it have taken me somewhere, changed me somehow, or was it trying to communicate and the arm was its attempt at connection? I'll never know. The waking dreams have become less frequent over the years, but they still happen occasionally. I've learned to trust them without question. My dad does too, even from thousands of miles away. If I call and tell him to do something, he does it, no matter how random it seems. Whatever was in that closet, whatever reached out to me that night, it's still with me in some way. And honestly, I'm not sure if that's a blessing or a curse. Story 9. I've never been the type to believe in the paranormal. Growing up Catholic, I had my share of religious teachings, but I always considered myself pretty rational. That all changed last December when I moved into this second-floor apartment in Staten Island with my girlfriend Melissa and her 8-year-old son Ethan. The place seemed perfectly normal at first. It was nothing special, just your average New York apartment with slightly outdated fixtures, cream-colored walls that needed a fresh coat of paint, and the usual city noises filtering through the windows. We were just happy to have found something affordable in a decent neighborhood. The first few months were completely uneventful. We were settling in, establishing routines, figuring out the quirks of the building, like which floorboards creaked and how to jiggle the bathroom doorknob just right. Then about 4 months in, I remember it was early April because the weather had just started to warm up. Something happened that I still can't explain. It was a Tuesday evening around 9 o'clock. Melissa had taken Ethan to his grandma's for the night, and I was alone in the apartment, stretched out on our grey IKEA couch watching some crime documentary on Netflix. I wasn't even doing anything weird or spooky, just sitting there with a beer, scrolling through my phone during the boring parts. That's when I heard it. A female voice, clear as day, right behind my head, couldn't have been more than a few inches from my ear, said my full name. Robert. Not Rob, not Bobby, which is what most people call me. Robert. My full name, spoken with this weird familiarity, like someone who knew me well. I nearly jumped out of my skin. I whipped around so fast I spilled beer all over my shirt. There was nobody there. Not behind the couch, not in the hallway. Nowhere. I checked every room in that apartment, even looked under the beds and in the closets like some scared kid. Nothing. The voice sounded young, maybe mid-20s to early 30s. It wasn't threatening or anything, just direct, matter-of-fact, like she was just trying to get my attention. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was the TV, maybe a neighbor's voice carried through the walls weird, maybe I was just tired. But I know what I heard. Someone, or something, said my name. I didn't tell Melissa about it when she came home the next day. It seemed too weird, and I didn't want her thinking I was losing it. I almost convinced myself I had imagined it. Then it happened again, about a week and a half later. Same scenario. I was alone in the living room, this time folding laundry while watching a basketball game. Same voice, same distance from my ear, same Robert. This time I wasn't as startled, but my heart still pounded as I spun around. Again, nothing there. At this point, I was getting genuinely freaked out. I started paying more attention to the apartment, noticing things I hadn't before, the way the air would sometimes feel heavier in certain rooms, how the temperature would fluctuate for no reason. Nothing dramatic, just small things that most people would ignore. Several days after the second incident, I was in the kitchen making coffee before work. Melissa had already left to drop Ethan at school. I heard what sounded exactly like an old man clearing his throat, that distinct phlegmy sound older guys make, and then my name again, Robert. This was different. A male voice, elderly, but just as clear as the female one had been, and it came from the empty living room, not right behind me this time. I stood frozen with the coffee pot in hand, staring at the doorway, half expecting to see some old guy standing there. Nothing. I finally told Melissa that night. She looked concerned, but didn't immediately think I was crazy, which I appreciated. She asked if I was sleeping okay, if work was stressing me out. Normal questions. I assured her I wasn't hallucinating from exhaustion or anything like that. That's when things started to escalate. Over the next few weeks, the apartment became active, I guess you could say. I started hearing other sounds, low growling noises that would come from empty corners of rooms. Sometimes there would be this weird hissing, like air escaping from something under pressure. The worst was this deep, unnatural breathing that would sometimes wake me up at night. It didn't sound human. It was too slow, too deliberate, too deep. One night in May, I was lying in bed reading while Melissa was in the bathroom. I felt what I can only describe as fingers lightly touching my ankle. Not grabbing, just touching, like someone wanted to see if I would notice. I yanked my foot away and sat up, heart racing. Nothing was there. The touch had been so distinct, I could feel individual fingertips. The cold spots started appearing around this time too. You'd walk through certain areas of the apartment and suddenly hit this pocket of freezing air that would raise goosebumps on your skin. They weren't constant, and they moved around. One day it would be by the front door, the next day in the hallway, then in the corner of Ethan's room. I started seeing things too, shadows that moved across walls when there was nothing to cast them, dark silhouettes passing by the shower curtain when I was alone in the bathroom. Nothing ever clearly human-shaped, just movement where there shouldn't be any. Melissa started experiencing things too, which was both validating and terrifying. She'd hear my voice calling her from another room when I wasn't even home. I'd hear her voice asking me questions from the bedroom when she was actually out grocery shopping. The voices were perfect imitations. They knew exactly how we spoke to each other. The knocking was the most consistent thing. Soft taps on walls, ceilings, doors, always in groups of 3. They'd happen at random times, day and night. We'd hear objects fall in empty rooms, but when we'd check, nothing would be out of place. I started documenting everything on my phone, taking audio recordings, setting up my laptop to capture video when we weren't home. I've got dozens of files now. Most don't show anything, but some have unexplainable sounds. Footsteps when no one's walking. Whispers that aren't quite clear enough to make out words, but are definitely voices. One video from our bedroom shows the closet door slowly opening by itself. No drafts, no strings, no tricks. It just opens. Last week I had what I consider the strangest experience yet. I was in the shower early morning, everyone else still asleep. Through the sound of running water, I heard someone humming. It was the most beautiful angelic voice I've ever heard. Soft, melodic, perfect pitch. It wasn't threatening at all. It was actually soothing. It lasted maybe 20 seconds and then faded away. The weirdest part of all this, I'm not terrified anymore. I was at first, sure, but now I'm just curious. Whatever's in this apartment hasn't tried to harm us. It seems to want acknowledgement more than anything else. Sometimes I'll say good morning to an empty room and feel this shift in the air, like something's pleased. Melissa wants to move, and I get it. It's unsettling, especially with Ethan around. He hasn't experienced much directly, thankfully, but he's started talking about the quiet people who watch him play sometimes. Kids are supposed to have imaginary friends, right? But the way he describes them matches things we've seen. I've looked into the history of the building. It's about 100 years old, been through several renovations. I couldn't find any records of deaths in our specific unit, but the building's seen its share of residents come and go over the decades. Who knows what memories are soaked into these walls? Just yesterday, I was alone again, sitting on that same couch where it all started. I said out loud, "Who are you?" Nothing happened for maybe 5 minutes. Then, clear as day, that same female voice from behind me said, "Friend." Just that one word. I didn't turn around this time. I just sat there, feeling this weird mix of fear and acceptance. I don't know what to do with any of this. We haven't told many people. Who would believe us? Our families would think we're making it up or losing our minds. I've got all these recordings, all these personal experiences, and no explanation. I wake up sometimes in the middle of the night and see a shadow standing in the doorway of our bedroom. It never moves toward us, just watches. Sometimes I'll wake up and Melissa will be staring at the corner of the ceiling, following something with her eyes that I can't see. We're planning to move when our lease is up in December. 1 full year in this place seems like enough. But part of me wonders if whatever's here might follow us, or worse, if I'll miss it when it's gone. How messed up is that? I've gotten used to sharing space with something I can't see or understand. Last night I heard that male voice again, but it wasn't saying my name. It was having a conversation with someone I couldn't hear. Just fragments, not yet, and they'll understand soon. I recorded it, played it back, and it's clearly there. An old man's voice in my empty kitchen at 3 in the morning. I don't know what to make of any of this. I don't know if I'm dealing with ghosts or if I'm slowly losing my grip on reality. All I know is that something in this apartment knows my name, watches me, touches me sometimes, and seems to want something from me that I can't figure out. The female voice spoke to me again this morning while I was brushing my teeth. She whispered, "Remember," right into my ear. Remember what? I have no idea. I've never lived here before. I have no connection to this building. But something here has a connection to me, and for whatever reason, it knows exactly who I am. Story 10. I've never really talked about this before, not in detail anyway. It happened when I was 13 back in 2005, when I was living with my dad in this tiny rural town called Oak Ridge, the kind of place where everyone knows everyone and the closest mall is like an hour drive away. This happened in late October. I remember because it was getting dark earlier, and we were maybe a week or so before Halloween. My dad and I were driving home from my aunt's place. She lived even further out in the sticks than we did, down these winding back roads that cut through miles of thick forest. It was probably around 8 or 9 at night. I remember my dad had this old Ford pickup, a '98 F-150 that smelled like cigarettes, and the pine tree air freshener he'd hang from the rearview mirror. The heater was on full blast because it was getting cold out, and we were listening to some classic rock station that kept cutting in and out. The headlights only lit up maybe 30 feet ahead on that road. It was the kind of darkness you only get way out in the country. Not a street light for miles, no houses, just trees and more trees on both sides. The road was narrow too, barely wide enough for 2 cars to pass each other. Dad was driving slow, maybe 35 miles per hour, which was smart considering how many deer we'd usually see in those parts. We were about 20 minutes from home when it happened. I was half asleep, my head resting against the window, watching the trees flash by in the headlights. That's when this deer, a pretty big buck with antlers, just exploded out from the trees on the right side of the road. I mean, it was moving like something was chasing it. I remember sitting up straight and my dad cursing, swerving hard to the left. We missed hitting it by inches. I could see the panic in its eyes as it passed, the way its muscles were straining, and that's when we saw it. At first, I thought it was another car's headlight somehow, but it was following the deer. It was this ball of light, like the size of a softball, maybe a bit bigger. But the brightness, man, I can't even describe it properly. It was intensely bright, but not blinding like looking at the sun. More like pure white light, concentrated into this perfect sphere. It was hovering about 5 feet off the ground, and it moved with this weird smoothness that didn't seem natural. The light was so powerful it lit up everything. The trees, the underbrush, the inside of our truck. For a second, it was like daytime in there. I remember seeing my dad's face, completely shocked, his mouth hanging open. The light didn't shine like a flashlight beam. It illuminated in all directions, like a miniature sun. The freakiest thing was how it moved. It wasn't floating aimlessly or bobbing around like you'd expect something in the air to move. It was tracking that deer with purpose, keeping a steady distance behind it, matching its speed perfectly, which had to be at least 50 miles per hour. That deer was running for its life through dense forest, jumping over fallen logs, dodging between trees, and this thing was following its exact path without slowing down. It passed within maybe 10 feet of our truck. Dad had stopped the car completely by then, and we were both just staring. The weirdest part, no sound. Absolutely no sound. Not a hum, not a buzz, nothing. Just this silent orb of intense light chasing a terrified animal into the woods. I remember the forest on that side of the road being really thick, lots of trees, underbrush, fallen branches. No way a person could run through there that fast without making noise or tripping. No way a vehicle could navigate it, and this light was weaving through it all perfectly, never touching a branch, never slowing down. The whole thing lasted maybe 30 seconds before they disappeared deeper into the forest. The darkness rushed back in, and suddenly it was just me and my dad sitting in a truck on a dark country road. For a few seconds we didn't say anything. Then Dad turned to me and said, "Did you see that?" His voice was shaky, which scared me because my dad's not the type to get rattled easily. He'd been in the army, worked construction his whole life. Not much fazed him. I nodded and asked him what it was. He just shook his head and said he didn't know. Then he asked me to describe what I'd seen, like he was checking if we'd seen the same thing. We had. At first we tried to rationalize it. Dad suggested maybe it was some kind of reflection from another car's headlights, but there were no other cars around for miles. I thought maybe it was ball lightning, something I'd read about in a science magazine, but ball lightning doesn't chase deer through forests at high speeds. He started the truck again, and we drove home mostly in silence. I could tell he was spooked. When we got home, Mom asked what took us so long, and Dad just said we'd almost hit a deer. He didn't mention the light. Later that night, I heard my parents talking in low voices in the kitchen. Dad was telling Mom what we'd seen, and she was saying he must have been tired, that it was probably just headlights from a distant car reflecting off something, but I know what I saw, and so did Dad. Over the next few days, I did some research. This was 2005, so I was using our slow dial-up internet, looking up explanations. Swamp gas couldn't explain it. It was October, past spring thaw, and swamp gas doesn't move with that kind of purpose or speed. Drones weren't really a thing back then, not consumer ones anyway, and definitely not ones that could move that fast through a forest without crashing. Plus, no drone could produce that kind of light. I thought about flashlights or lanterns, but no flashlight could be that bright or move that smoothly, and no human could possibly keep up with a deer running full speed through thick woods at night. The more I thought about it, the more certain details stuck with me. The light didn't change, not its color, not its brightness, not its size or shape. It maintained this perfect uniform white glow the entire time. It looked almost like it was made of plasma or gas, but contained somehow, held in this perfect sphere. What really got to me was the way it moved. It wasn't just following the deer, it was hunting it. There was intelligence behind its movement. It navigated the forest perfectly, adjusting its path instantly when the deer changed direction. It kept a consistent distance behind the deer, like it was stalking it, toying with it. I tried telling a couple friends at school, but they just laughed and made jokes about me watching too many sci-fi movies. After a while, I stopped bringing it up. Even Dad never mentioned it again, at least not to me. About a week later, there was a small article in the local newspaper about unusual lights being spotted in the woods around the county. 3 different people reported seeing strange lights moving through the trees at night. The paper wrote it off as probably being teenagers with flashlights or maybe hunters using spotlights, which was illegal but common. I showed Dad the article, but he just grunted and turned the page. That winter, I started getting these headaches, bad ones, where I'd see flashing lights in my vision before they started. The doctor called them optical migraines. For a while, I wondered if that's what we had seen that night. Some kind of shared visual disturbance, but that didn't make sense. We both saw exactly the same thing, and it interacted with the environment, illuminating everything around it. I'm 29 now. I've moved away from that small town, gone to college, started a career. But I still think about that night sometimes. I've never seen anything like it again, and I've never heard or read about anyone describing exactly what we saw. This perfect sphere of brilliant light hunting through the forest. About 5 years ago, I finally asked my dad about it again. We were having beers on his porch during a visit home. At first, he was reluctant to talk about it, but eventually admitted he still thinks about it too. He said in all his years hunting and fishing in those woods, he'd never seen anything like it before or since. He also told me something he hadn't mentioned that night, that he felt the hair on his arms stand up when the light passed us, like there was some kind of electrical charge in the air. Sometimes I wonder what happened to that deer. Did the light catch it? What would have happened if it had? Or was it just chasing it, herding it somewhere? I've spent hours online over the years, looking up similar phenomena. I've read about will-o'-the-wisps, ghost lights, and various other folklore. I've found accounts of strange lights in the woods, but nothing that moves with the intelligence and purpose of what we saw. Nothing that hunts. I still can't explain what we encountered that night. Maybe it was something natural that science hasn't properly documented yet. Maybe it was something else entirely. All I know is that somewhere out in those dark woods, there was a ball of light that moved with purpose and intelligence. And sometimes when I'm driving down a dark country road at night, I catch myself scanning the trees, half expecting to see that brilliant glow moving silently through the darkness, hunting. Story 11. I still can't explain what happened to me 3 weeks ago. I've been trying to make sense of it, but I can't. I'm not the type of guy who believes in ghosts or any of that supernatural crap. I work in IT, for God's sake. I deal with logic, with things I can see and fix. But what happened on Highway 281 that night, I just need to get this off my chest. I was driving back from a business conference in Houston, heading to my apartment in Austin. It was around 2 in the morning, way later than I'd planned to leave, but the client dinner ran long, and I just wanted to get home to my own bed. I remember checking my GPS as I was leaving the hotel parking lot. expecting to take I-10 to 71 like usual, but my GPS showed a big red line across my normal route, construction, or an accident, I guess. It automatically rerouted me to Highway 281, which I'd never taken before. I didn't think much of it at the time, just figured it was some back road that would add maybe 20 minutes to my drive. The first part of the drive was normal enough. Houston's lights faded behind me, and the road narrowed from a wide, well-lit highway to this skinny two-lane road cutting through what felt like absolute nowhere. No streetlights at all, just pitch black all around me, with my headlights carving out this small tunnel of visibility. I tried to keep myself company with the radio, but every station I tried was just static. Not even that fuzzy, almost a station static, but just pure white noise. I gave up and tried to call my girlfriend to let her know I'd be later than expected, but my phone showed no signal. That wasn't too weird. Plenty of dead zones in rural Texas, but it added to this growing feeling of isolation. About 30 minutes after turning onto 281, I started feeling watched. I know how that sounds, but I can't describe it any other way. The road was completely empty. I hadn't seen another car for at least 20 minutes. But I kept feeling like something was just outside my peripheral vision. I caught myself constantly checking my mirrors and scanning the tree line along the road, expecting to see, I don't know what. But there was nothing there, just darkness. The fields on either side of the road seemed to stretch forever, occasionally broken by these dense patches of trees that looked like black holes in the night. My hands were starting to hurt from gripping the steering wheel so tight. I told myself I was being stupid, just tired from the long day and the monotony of driving at night. Then I saw it. About 100 yards ahead, there was someone standing by the side of the road, just standing there. No car nearby, no house visible, nothing. Just a figure at the edge of my headlights. As I got closer, I could make out that it was hunched over slightly. I slowed down a bit, thinking maybe it was someone in trouble, but something felt wrong, really wrong. The figure didn't move at all as I approached, didn't turn to look at my car, didn't wave or try to flag me down, just stood there, completely still, like it was waiting for something. I was doing about 60 miles per hour, and as I passed by, I looked over quickly but couldn't make out any features. It was just this dark silhouette against the even darker background. I checked my rearview mirror immediately after passing, and the figure was gone, completely vanished. There was nowhere it could have gone so quickly. No ditch to duck into, no trees to hide behind for at least 50 yards in either direction. It was just gone. My heart was pounding so hard, I could feel it in my throat. I told myself I was seeing things from fatigue, that maybe it was just a shadow or an oddly shaped bush. I pressed down harder on the accelerator, pushing my old Toyota up to 75. About 15 minutes later, my headlights flickered, just for a second, but it was enough to make my stomach drop. The darkness that rushed in during that brief moment was absolute. No moon, no stars, nothing. They came back on immediately, but I was already in full panic mode. My car was only 3 years old, and I'd never had electrical problems before. I started checking my gauges, making sure everything was normal. The fuel gauge showed I had about half a tank, plenty to get to Austin. Temperature normal, no warning lights. I started to relax a tiny bit, convincing myself it was just a random electrical hiccup. Then it happened again. This time, the headlights went out for a full 2 seconds. 2 seconds doesn't sound long, but try driving at 75 miles per hour on an unfamiliar rural road in complete darkness. I couldn't see a damn thing. Not the road, not the shoulder, nothing. I had just enough time to start lifting my foot off the gas when they came back on, and there it was again, the same figure, but this time standing directly in the middle of the road, maybe 30 feet in front of me. I slammed on the brakes so hard my seatbelt locked up, knocking the wind out of me. My tires screeched, and I could smell burning rubber as the car skidded. I stopped just feet away from the figure, my hands shaking uncontrollably on the wheel. It didn't move, didn't flinch, didn't react at all to nearly being hit by 2 tons of metal. I couldn't make out any features. It was like looking at a shadow, but one with mass and substance. It was human-shaped, about my height, but somehow wrong in proportions I couldn't quite identify. I laid on the horn, the sound shockingly loud in the silence. Nothing, no reaction. My heart was hammering so hard I could barely breathe. I eased off the brake slightly, inching the car forward, thinking maybe it would move aside. That's when it started moving toward me. It didn't walk. That's what still haunts me the most. It didn't walk or run or even float. It glided, like it was being pulled on a string, its feet not quite touching the ground. The movement was fluid but completely unnatural. No bobbing up and down like when a person walks. Just this smooth, impossibly steady advance toward my car. I stomped on the gas pedal and yanked the wheel to the left, swerving around it. As I passed, I felt the temperature in the car drop so fast, my teeth started chattering instantly. My windows fogged up in seconds, and I swear I heard something. Not quite a voice, more like the memory of a sound, whispering something I couldn't make out. I didn't look back. I just drove way too fast for that road, my knuckles white on the steering wheel. My breath was coming in short gasps, and I realized I was crying, not sobbing, just these silent tears streaming down my face that I couldn't control. After about 10 more minutes of driving like a madman, I spotted lights ahead, a gas station, this dingy little place with flickering fluorescents and a sign that was missing half its letters. I've never been so happy to see a rundown convenience store in my life. I pulled in and just sat there for a minute trying to get my shit together. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. I kept checking my mirrors, sure that I was going to see that figure standing in the parking lot behind me. But there was nothing there. When I finally got the courage to go inside, there was just one employee. This old guy with a beard that looked like he'd been working night shifts since the Nixon administration. He barely looked up when I walked in, just nodded slightly. I grabbed a coffee just to have something to do with my hands, then approached the counter. I don't know why, but I felt like I needed to ask, to confirm I wasn't losing my mind. "That highway out there, 281, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. Is there anything strange about it?" The old guy finally looked up at me then, really looked at me, and I could see recognition in his eyes. Not like he knew me personally, but like he knew what I was asking about. "You saw something," he said. It wasn't a question. I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. "Figure on the road?" he asked, his voice quiet. Standing still, then suddenly somewhere else. My stomach turned to ice. "Yes," I managed to say. "What is it?" The old man sighed and rubbed his face. "Ghosts," he said simply, "or something like 'em. Been happening on that stretch for decades. Most folks around here don't take 281 at night if they can help it. But that's..." I started to say impossible, but the word died in my throat because I knew what I'd seen. "Lot of deaths on that road over the years," he continued, like we were discussing the weather. "Bad accidents mostly. Some say it's the victims, still trying to flag down help that never came. Others think it's something else, something that was there long before the road, something that doesn't like people passing through its territory." He rang up my coffee and added, "My advice? Get back on the interstate. Add an hour to your drive if you have to. Don't take 281 back to wherever you're going." I paid and left, my mind racing. Part of me wanted to follow his advice, to find another route, even if it meant adding significant time to my drive, but the rational part of my brain was starting to reassert itself. Ghosts weren't real. What I'd seen must have been a combination of fatigue, poor visibility, and an overactive imagination, maybe some local weirdo playing pranks on drivers. So I got back on Highway 281, telling myself I was being ridiculous. The gas station coffee was hot and bitter in my hand, and I cranked the heat to fight off the lingering chill I couldn't shake. I'd been driving about 5 minutes when my radio suddenly turned on by itself, pure static again, but louder this time, with something like words buried deep in the noise. I hit the power button, but it wouldn't turn off. I jabbed at it repeatedly, then finally yanked the volume knob all the way down. In the new silence, I heard tapping, soft but distinct, like fingernails on glass, coming from the rear passenger window. I looked in the rear-view mirror and saw nothing in the back seat. But the tapping continued, moving slowly around the car, from window to window. My headlights began to dim, not flickering this time, but gradually fading, like something was draining the power from them. Through the weakening light, I saw it again. The figure, standing in the road ahead, but this time it wasn't alone. There were others now, maybe 5 or 6 of them, spread across the highway, all with that same wrong silhouette. I swerved hard onto the shoulder and floored it, driving half on the gravel, half in the grass, somehow squeezing past them. As I did, my car's electronics went haywire, the dashboard lights flashing, the radio blasting static, the temperature swinging wildly from heat to air conditioning. Through it all, I kept driving, too terrified to stop. Eventually the madness subsided, and I found myself back on the interstate, surrounded by the blessed normality of other cars and proper highway lighting. I've tried to rationalize what happened that night. Carbon monoxide leak in my car, micro-sleeps from fatigue, some kind of mass hallucination triggered by who knows what. But deep down, I know what I experienced was real. I took a different route back to Houston yesterday for work. Added almost 2 hours to my drive, worth every minute. I'll never drive Highway 281 at night again, and if your GPS ever tries to route you that way after dark, do yourself a favor, take the long way home. Story 12. I've been sitting on this experience for nearly 10 years now, and I still don't have answers. I'm hoping maybe someone here has seen something similar or can at least tell me I'm not crazy. When I was 13, my parents were going through a messy divorce. My mom was working late shifts at the hospital, so I spent most weekends at my grandmother's house in the countryside. It was a small 2-bedroom farmhouse that had been in our family for generations. My grandmother was sweet but kept to herself, always going to bed around 8 o'clock, leaving me alone in the guest bedroom with nothing but my phone and thoughts. One Saturday night in October, I was lying in bed scrolling through my phone. It was around 11:30 and the house was completely silent except for the occasional creaking of the old wooden frame. My grandmother had gone to bed hours ago, and I was trying to stay awake as long as possible because, well, that's what 13-year-olds do when they have no supervision. The guest bedroom was small with faded floral wallpaper that had started peeling at the corners. There was a single window covered with thin curtains that let in the moonlight, casting weird shadows across the room. My bed was positioned against the wall opposite the door, so I could see the entire room from where I was lying. I remember I was watching some stupid YouTube video when I noticed something weird at the foot of my bed. At first, I thought it was just my eyes playing tricks on me after staring at my phone screen for too long. You know that fuzzy, staticky feeling you get when you've been looking at a bright screen in the dark? I figured it was just that. But when I looked up again, I realized it wasn't just my vision. There was something actually forming at the foot of my bed. The air seemed to shimmer, almost like heat waves rising from hot pavement. But this was different, more deliberate. What happened next is something I've tried to explain to people over the years, but words never quite capture it right. The shimmer started to take shape, but not as a solid form. Instead, these tiny orbs began to appear, like little spheres of light hovering in the air. Not just 1 or 2, but dozens of them. I'd estimate between 70 and 100. They weren't randomly scattered, though. They moved in perfect coordination with each other, maintaining a specific formation that roughly resembled a human shape. Each orb was identical and unlike anything I've ever seen before or since. They had these distinct layers to them. The very center was pitch black, like looking into a void. Around that was this pulsating white light that would grow brighter and then fade, almost like it was breathing. Then there was another black layer that would be alternately revealed and covered by the pulsating white light. And finally, the whole thing was surrounded by this faint white glow, like a halo. My first thought was that I was hallucinating. I even pinched myself, which, by the way, doesn't actually work for determining if you're dreaming. But I wasn't dreaming. I was wide awake, and this thing was forming right in front of me. I wanted to scream for my grandmother, but my voice was caught in my throat. I couldn't move. It wasn't like sleep paralysis, which I've experienced since then, and is completely different. This was pure, primal fear keeping me frozen in place. The orb entity, once it had fully formed into that human-like shape, just stood there for what felt like forever but was probably only 30 seconds. Then it moved, not gliding like a ghost in a movie, but walking, actually walking, toward my bed. Each step was deliberate, and I could see the individual orbs adjusting their positions to maintain that humanoid shape as it moved. I was pressed against the headboard by this point, clutching my phone so hard my knuckles were white. I remember thinking that I should record it, but I was too terrified to move my fingers to hit the camera button. When it reached the side of my bed, it did something that still gives me chills when I think about it. It sat down. Right there on the edge of my bed, I could feel the mattress dip under its weight. The springs creaked. Whatever this thing was, it had physical mass. The orbs continued their hypnotic pulsing as the entity just sat there. It didn't try to touch me or communicate in any way that I could understand. It just seemed to be observing me. I had this overwhelming feeling that it was studying me, like I was some kind of specimen. The weirdest part, despite being absolutely terrified, I didn't feel threatened. There was no sense of malice or danger coming from this thing, just curiosity maybe. It's hard to assign human emotions to something so utterly alien. I don't know how long we stayed like that. Me pressed against the headboard, it sitting on the edge of my bed. Time seemed to stretch and contract. It could have been 5 minutes or an hour. Then, as smoothly as it had formed, it began to dissipate. The orbs didn't vanish all at once. They seemed to lose cohesion gradually, like they were being released from whatever force was holding them together. One by one, they faded until there was nothing left but the empty darkness of my bedroom. I didn't sleep that night. I kept my phone's flashlight on until dawn, afraid to close my eyes for even a second. When morning finally came, I was exhausted but too wired to sleep. I went to the kitchen where my grandmother was making breakfast and tried to tell her what happened. "You've been watching too many of those scary videos," she said, patting my hand. "Your imagination is running wild." She didn't believe me, and honestly, I couldn't blame her. It sounded insane even as I was saying it. I spent the rest of Sunday in a daze, constantly looking over my shoulder, expecting to see those orbs forming again. But nothing happened, and by Sunday evening when my mom picked me up, I had almost convinced myself that maybe it was just a very vivid hallucination. I told my mom about it on the drive home. Unlike my grandmother, she didn't dismiss it outright. My mom has always been into spiritual stuff, crystals, tarot cards, that kind of thing. She listened intently as I described the orbs, the way they moved, how they sat on my bed. "That sounds like an entity," she said, way too excited for my comfort. "We should talk to Marianne about this." Marianne was a medium my mom had started seeing after the divorce. I use quotation marks because this woman had only been in business for like 6 months after supposedly discovering her gift during a yoga retreat. My mom never kept the best company when it came to reliable information. But I was desperate for answers, so I agreed to go with her to see Marianne the next day after school. Marianne's office was her living room, decorated with so many dream catchers and crystals it looked like a New Age gift shop had exploded. She burned sage while I recounted my experience again. "Oh, honey," she said in that fake sympathetic voice that adults use when they think they know better than you. "That wasn't something to be afraid of. That was your spirit guide making contact." I didn't believe her, not for a second. The way she explained it, that spirit guides often appear in forms we can comprehend, that they watch over us, that they sometimes make physical contact to reassure us. It all sounded like a script she'd memorized from some spiritual handbook. But I nodded along because what else could I do? At least she believed I had seen something, even if her explanation was garbage. 3 or 4 days after the first encounter, I was back at my mom's house. It was a Wednesday night, and I was doing homework in my bedroom. My mom was watching TV in the living room. Our apartment was small, so I could hear the muffled sound of some reality show through the wall. I was focused on my math problems when the air in the corner of my room started to shimmer, the same way it had at my grandmother's house. I dropped my pencil and felt my heart racing. It was happening again. The orbs formed faster this time, like whatever was controlling them had gotten better at manifesting. Within seconds, that same humanoid shape stood in the corner of my room, those layered orbs pulsing in their hypnotic rhythm. This time, I wasn't frozen in fear. I grabbed my phone and tried to take a picture, but when I looked at the screen, there was nothing there, just the empty corner of my room. When I looked up from my phone, the entity was still there, still watching. It didn't approach me this time. It just stood in the corner, the orbs shifting slightly as if it was breathing. I found my voice and whispered, "What are you?" No response. Not that I really expected one. Are you my spirit guide?" I asked, feeling stupid even as the words left my mouth. Still nothing. But the orb seemed to pulse a bit faster, almost like it was reacting to my voice. I don't know what made me brave enough, but I slowly stood up from my desk and took a step toward it. As soon as I moved, the entity began to dissipate, the orbs losing cohesion just like they had before. "Wait!" I called out, but it was too late. Within seconds, it was gone. I ran to the living room and told my mom what happened. She got all excited again, saying this confirmed Marianne's spirit guide theory. But if it was my spirit guide, why did it disappear when I tried to approach it? Wouldn't a guide want to communicate? That was the last time I saw the orb entity. I'm 22 now, and in the years since, I've researched everything I could about similar phenomena. I've read about ball lightning, about various pareidolia effects, about hallucinations caused by carbon monoxide or infrasound. None of them match what I experienced. The most convincing aspect of my encounters was the physical impression on my bed. Whatever this thing was, it had weight. It affected the physical world. That rules out pure hallucination. I've told this story to a few close friends over the years, and reactions range from "cool ghost story, bro" to genuine concern for my mental health. One friend suggested I might have experienced a glitch in the Matrix moment, where reality itself momentarily broke down. Another thought it might have been some kind of interdimensional being, briefly crossing over into our world. I don't know what to believe. All I know is what I saw and felt, those pulsating, layered orbs forming a human-like shape, sitting on my bed watching me with what felt like intense curiosity. So I'm putting this out there, hoping someone else has seen something similar. Was it a spirit guide? An alien? Some natural phenomenon science hasn't explained yet? I still don't have answers, and the memory is as vivid today as it was when I was 13. Has anyone else ever encountered something like this? I need to know I'm not alone in this experience. Story 13. I've always been the paranoid type. Even as a kid, I'd check under my bed, behind curtains, in closets, you name it. My dad used to say I had too much imagination for my own good. Maybe he was right, but what happened 3 nights ago wasn't imagination. I'm still trying to make sense of it, and I haven't slept properly since. For context, I live with my dad in a mobile home park in Palmdale. It's not fancy, but it's home. We've been here for about 4 years now. It's usually pretty quiet, just the occasional dog barking or neighbors arguing. Nothing out of the ordinary for a place like this. Because of my anxiety, I've developed this habit of doing what I call perimeter checks before bed. I know it sounds ridiculous, but it helps me sleep. I check all the windows, make sure the doors are locked, look outside to see if anything seems off. My dad thinks it's excessive, but he stopped commenting on it a long time ago. Last Tuesday night, I was doing my usual rounds around 11:30. Everything seemed normal at first. Dad had gone to bed early because he had an early shift the next day. I had just finished watching some videos on YouTube and was getting ready to turn in myself. I started in the kitchen, checking the window above the sink and making sure the back door was locked. Then I moved to the living room, peeking through the blinds to see if anything was happening outside. Nothing unusual so far. The neighbor's porch light was on and someone had left their garbage can at the curb. Normal stuff. But when I reached the hallway that leads to the front door, something felt different, wrong. It's hard to explain, but the air felt heavy somehow. Dense, like right before a thunderstorm, but worse. I stopped and just stood there for a moment, trying to figure out what was bothering me. Then I realized what it was. Silence. Complete and utter silence. No dogs barking, no distant traffic from the main road, no hum from the refrigerator, nothing. Just this pressing, suffocating silence that seemed to fill the entire house. I almost called out to my dad, but stopped myself. He needed his sleep, and what was I going to say? "Hey, Dad, it's too quiet." He'd think I'd finally lost it completely, so I continued my check, moving toward the front door. That's when I noticed the temperature change. The house had been cool. We keep the AC running pretty much all summer in Palmdale because it gets so damn hot. But as I approached the front door, the air got warmer, not gradually either. It was like walking through invisible layers, each one hotter than the last. By the time I reached the small entry area by our front door, I was sweating. It must have been at least 90 degrees right there, while the rest of the house remained cool. The contrast was so sharp it made my skin prickle. And the pressure, God, the pressure was intense. It felt like someone was pushing against my chest, making it hard to breathe. My ears popped like I was driving up a mountain. I remember thinking that something might be wrong with our ventilation system, or maybe there was some kind of gas leak causing these weird sensations. But deep down, I knew it wasn't anything that rational. I stood in front of our front door, which leads out to a small porch. We have one of those doors with a small window at the top, covered by a thin curtain. I couldn't see anything through it, but I had this overwhelming urge to open the door. It was like a compulsion. Like when you're standing at the edge of a cliff and part of your brain suddenly wants to jump, even though you know it would kill you. My hand actually reached for the doorknob before I caught myself. I pulled back, suddenly aware that whatever was on the other side of that door was not something I wanted to see. Or more accurately, not something I should see. The pressure increased. It felt like the air itself was pressing in on me from all sides, squeezing me. My ears were ringing now, and I could feel my heartbeat in my temples. The heat was almost unbearable, concentrated right around the door as if something incredibly hot was pressed against the other side. Despite every instinct telling me to turn around and go back to my room, I found myself reaching for the doorknob again. I couldn't explain why. It wasn't curiosity. It was more like I was being pulled toward it. Like the door itself wanted to be opened. My fingers touched the metal knob and it was burning hot. Not hot enough to cause immediate burns, but hot enough that I should have jerked my hand away. But I didn't. Instead, I gripped it tighter, and that's when it happened. The moment my hand fully closed around the knob, this feeling washed over me. It was rage, pure, undiluted rage, unlike anything I've ever experienced. It wasn't my anger. It felt foreign, like it had been poured into me from somewhere else. I was suddenly filled with hatred so intense it made my vision blur. Hatred for what? I don't know. Just hatred. For everything. Everyone. I stood there, hand on the burning doorknob, filled with this terrible rage for what felt like minutes but was probably only seconds. Then, like coming up for air after being underwater, I suddenly realized what I was doing. I snatched my hand away from the knob as if it had suddenly turned into a snake. The moment I let go, there was a shift in the pressure. Not a release, but a change. Like something on the other side had become agitated. The heat intensified, and the pressure became even more crushing. I could barely breathe. My lungs felt like they were being compressed. I don't know where I found the courage. Maybe it was just desperation. But I took a step back from the door and spoke out loud. My voice sounded weird in that unnatural silence, like it was being swallowed up by the heavy air. "I don't know who you are," I said, trying to sound as confident as possible despite the fear making my voice shake. "But you are not welcome in this home." It felt stupid saying it out loud, like something from a bad horror movie. But as soon as the words left my mouth, there was a change. The pressure began to ease, not all at once, but gradually, like air leaking from a balloon. The temperature started to normalize too, cooling down degree by degree. I stood there, not moving, barely breathing, as the strange phenomena receded. After maybe 5 minutes, I could hear sounds again. The hum of the refrigerator, the distant bark of a dog, the soft whir of the AC. Normal sounds that I never thought I'd be so grateful to hear. I didn't open the door, not that night, not the next morning. I couldn't bring myself to. When my dad left for work the next day, he used the back door. I didn't tell him what happened. How could I? Hey, Dad, I think something evil tried to get into our house last night. He already thinks I'm paranoid enough, but I know what I experienced. It wasn't a panic attack. I've had those before, and they're nothing like this. It wasn't a hallucination or some weird waking dream. It was real. Something was on our porch that night, something that wanted in, something that tried to use me to get in. The worst part is not knowing what it was or if it'll come back. I've been sleeping on the couch since then, as far from the front door as possible. I've been doing my perimeter checks twice a night now, but everything's been normal. No pressure changes, no unnatural heat, no silence, just our regular, slightly run-down mobile home in Palmdale. But I can't shake the feeling that it's still out there somewhere, waiting, and I don't know what to do about it. I don't know who to tell or who would even believe me, so I'm writing it all down here, hoping someone else has experienced something similar and might have some advice, because I know one thing for certain. Whatever was on our porch that night wasn't human, and it was evil, not mischievous, not confused, not lost. Evil in a pure, concentrated form that I didn't even believe existed until I felt it flowing into me through that doorknob. I've never been religious, but I've been thinking a lot about protection and what forms it might take. I've been leaving lights on. Silly, I know, but it helps a little. I've been looking into home security systems we might be able to afford, though I doubt a motion sensor or camera would do anything against whatever that was. For now, I'm just trying to stay vigilant and trying to convince myself that saying you're not welcome here was enough to keep it away permanently. But deep down, I'm not sure. Deep down, I'm afraid it just went to find an easier way in, an easier person to manipulate. If anyone has experienced anything like this or knows what I might have encountered, please let me know. I don't think I can handle another night like that one, and I don't want to find out what would have happened if I had opened that door. Story 14. I still don't know what happened to me last Thursday night. I've been going over it in my head constantly, trying to make sense of it, but I can't. I've barely slept since it happened. I keep the lights on all night now. I'm writing this down because I need to tell someone, and I don't want to be labeled as crazy by people who know me. For context, I live in Meridian Heights, a pretty standard apartment complex built during the Soviet era. It's one of those concrete block buildings, 12 floors, plain hallways, nothing special. I've been living on the 8th floor for about 4 years now, apartment 812. The building is old and has its quirks, but nothing out of the ordinary. At least that's what I thought until Thursday. I work as an IT technician at a company downtown, and I'd had a particularly long day fixing server issues. Left work around 9 in the evening, completely exhausted. The night was chilly, and all I wanted was to get home, heat up some leftovers, and crash on my couch. When I got to my building, I noticed the lobby was emptier than usual. The fluorescent lights were buzzing a bit louder than normal, but I didn't think much of it. I pressed the elevator button and waited. The doors opened with that familiar ding, and I stepped in. The elevator in our building is pretty basic. Metal walls with a mirror on one side, a small window on the back wall so you can see the shaft as you move, and a panel with 12 buttons plus alarm and close door buttons. I hit the button for the 8th floor and leaned against the wall, scrolling through my phone as the doors closed. That's when things started getting weird. Instead of going up, I felt the elevator jerk slightly and then start moving downward. At first, I thought I was just disoriented from tiredness, but when I looked at the floor indicator above the door, I could clearly see the numbers decreasing. G, B1, B2. This made no sense. Our building only has one basement level that's used for storage. I've been down there maybe twice in all my years living here. As far as I knew, there was no B2. I was about to hit the alarm button when the elevator made this strange noise, kind of like when you used to play a cassette tape and it would get jammed in the player. A warped, stretched-out mechanical sound. The lights flickered and I swear the air pressure changed. My ears popped. When the lights stabilized, they weren't the usual harsh white fluorescence anymore. They had this sickly yellow glow like old incandescent bulbs from decades ago, the kind my grandparents used to have in their house. The elevator continued descending, but the floor indicator had stopped working. I pressed the emergency button repeatedly, but nothing happened. No alarm, no response. I tried my phone, no signal. The elevator kept moving downward for what felt like way too long. Eventually, it stopped with a jolt that nearly knocked me off my feet. The doors opened, and I was looking at what appeared to be my hallway, the 8th floor hallway, but something was just wrong about it. The layout was the same, the apartment numbers were in the right places, but everything looked older, more worn. The paint on the walls was a different color, a faded greenish shade instead of the usual beige. The lighting was dim, with the same yellowish tint as the elevator. The carpet runner down the center of the hallway was a pattern I'd never seen before, with these weird geometric shapes that seemed to shift if you looked at them too long. I stepped out cautiously, thinking maybe they'd done renovations in another part of the building and I'd somehow ended up there, but I could see my apartment number, 812, at the end of the hall, except the door wasn't my door. Mine is a standard white door with a peephole and a regular keyhole. This one was darker, made of some heavy-looking wood with an old-fashioned keyhole that protruded outward from the door. You know, the kind you see in old movies where the keyhole is big enough to peek through. I stood there trying to process what I was seeing when the door to apartment 812 started to open on its own, slowly, inward. What I saw standing there, I still can't properly describe it. It's not that I don't remember. It's that my brain refuses to form a complete picture. It was like looking at a corrupted image file, where you can tell something is there but the data is all scrambled. The shape was vaguely human-sized, but everything else about it seemed to shift and distort every time I tried to focus on any specific part. The only clear impression I had was of something deeply wrong, not threatening exactly, but fundamentally incorrect, like seeing a color that doesn't exist or hearing a sound that shouldn't be possible. This entity made noises, not words exactly, but sounds that resembled speech. It reminded me of when you slow down audio in a video game or play dialogue files that have been corrupted. There was a rhythm to it that suggested language, but it was completely unintelligible. I felt an overwhelming sense of displacement, like I wasn't supposed to be there, like I had accidentally walked into someone's house, but it was more profound than that. It felt like I had walked into a place where the rules of reality were slightly different. My body reacted before my mind could catch up. I backed away, keeping my eyes on the entity until I felt the elevator doors behind me. I reached back blindly, found the edge of the door, and slipped back inside. The entity didn't follow me or make any move to stop me. It just stood there, making those sounds. As soon as I was fully inside the elevator, the doors closed and I was plunged into complete darkness. Not just the absence of light, but a void. I couldn't see my hand in front of my face. I couldn't feel the walls of the elevator anymore. There was no sensation of gravity, no sense of up or down. It was like floating in nothingness. Panic set in. I flailed around, trying to find something solid, but there was nothing. I couldn't even feel the floor beneath my feet. I screamed, but the sound seemed to go nowhere, as if the void was swallowing it. This state lasted for what felt like an eternity, but was probably only seconds. Then, as suddenly as it had disappeared, the yellow light of the elevator flickered back on. I was standing exactly where I had been, as if I hadn't moved at all. My heart was racing and I was covered in cold sweat. I looked through the small window at the back of the elevator, expecting to see the familiar elevator shaft, but there was only darkness outside, a complete absence of anything recognizable. With shaking hands, I pressed the button for the ground floor. The elevator began to move, but it was going upward this time, not down. Through the window, I could see nothing but that impenetrable darkness as we ascended. When the elevator stopped at what the panel indicated was the ground floor, the darkness outside persisted for several seconds. Then the light in the elevator flickered again. Once, twice, 3 times, and suddenly everything changed back. The light became the normal white fluorescent I was familiar with. Looking through the window, I could now see the regular elevator shaft. The floor indicator showed G for ground, and when the doors opened, I saw the normal lobby of my building. I was about to step out when the doors closed again, and the elevator started moving up without me pressing any buttons. It took me directly to the 8th floor, my actual 8th floor, with its familiar beige walls and normal lighting. When the doors opened, I saw my apartment at the end of the hallway, with its standard white door and regular keyhole. I practically ran to my apartment, fumbled with my keys, and locked myself inside. The entire experience had lasted maybe 5 minutes total, but it felt like I'd been gone for hours. I've spent the last few days trying to rationalize what happened. Maybe I fell asleep in the elevator after my long workday and had an incredibly vivid dream. Maybe there was a gas leak causing hallucinations. Maybe I had some kind of mini-stroke or seizure that affected my perception. But none of those explanations feel right. What I experienced felt real. More real than a dream, more coherent than a hallucination. And I've been perfectly healthy since then. No signs of any medical issues. The thing that keeps me up at night is the thought that maybe, just for a few minutes, I slipped sideways into somewhere else. Some parallel version of my building where things are just slightly wrong, and if I did it once, what's to stop it from happening again? I've started taking the stairs. Story 15. I've never told this story completely before, not even to my wife. I'm 29 now, and it's been almost 10 years since I last set foot in that house, but the memories still give me cold sweats at night. Sometimes I wake up thinking I'm back there, and I have to turn on all the lights in my apartment just to convince myself I'm safe. I moved into that house in Pinewood when I was 6 years old. We lived there for 13 years, though it felt like an eternity. It was a modest 2-story home on Maple Street. Nothing particularly remarkable about it from the outside, just another suburban house with peeling paint and a patchy lawn. My parents got it cheap, which should have been the first red flag. Home wasn't a happy place for us. My dad drank heavily, and when he drank, he got mean, really mean. Mom usually took the brunt of it, but me and my siblings weren't exempt. Most nights I'd lie awake listening to the shouting downstairs, praying he'd pass out before things got physical. I think all that negative energy, all that fear and anger and pain that filled our home day after day, it fed something in that house, like it was soaking it up, getting stronger. The hallway upstairs was the worst part. It ran the length of the house, with bedrooms on either side and a bathroom at the end. Even during the day, that hallway felt off. The air was always colder there than anywhere else in the house, and it had this weird smell sometimes, like wet soil and something metallic. But the real problem was the mirror. At the end of the hallway, opposite the bathroom, hung this old oval mirror in a tarnished brass frame. It was probably the ugliest thing I'd ever seen, but Mom said it was an antique and refused to take it down. I hated walking past it. I always felt like someone was watching me from inside it. I was about 8 when I first saw him. I was heading to bed one night, and I glanced in the mirror as I passed. There was someone standing behind me, but not a person. It looked like a man with a goat's head, tall and thin with these long curved horns. I spun around, heart racing, but the hallway was empty. When I looked back at the mirror, it was just my reflection again. I told my mom the next day, and she brushed it off as a nightmare. But I knew what I'd seen, and over the next few years, I saw it again and again. Sometimes just a glimpse as I walked by, sometimes a full reflection staring back at me. I started running past the mirror, or keeping my eyes fixed on the floor. My siblings thought I was crazy until my sister Emily saw it too. We never talked about it much. It sounds stupid now, but we kind of just accepted it. When you grow up in a house where real human monsters scream and throw things and hurt each other, a goat man in a mirror almost feels secondary. We had enough real problems without adding supernatural ones to the list. Things escalated when I was 12. My older brother Jake found an old Ouija board at a garage sale and brought it home. We were dumb kids looking for any kind of escape or entertainment, so of course we played with it. We'd ask questions in hushed voices, fingertips on the planchette, giggling nervously when it moved. We kept the board in the hall closet, hidden under some winter coats so our parents wouldn't find it. One afternoon I went to get the board out, and I found one of my shirts laying on top of it. The shirt had a perfect circle burned through the middle, like someone had pressed a hot pipe against it. The edges were crisp and black, not frayed. The weird thing was, there was nothing in that closet that could have caused it. No electrical outlets, no light fixtures, nothing, and the board itself was completely untouched. After that, the house felt different, more aware somehow. Things would go missing and turn up in strange places. We'd hear footsteps upstairs when everyone was downstairs. Doors would slam shut when there wasn't any breeze. The TV would turn on by itself in the middle of the night, always tuned to static. When I was 14, I was vacuuming the hallway one Saturday morning. Mom was in the kitchen making breakfast. I could hear her banging pots and pans around downstairs. As I was pushing the vacuum past her bedroom door, I saw something in my peripheral vision. It looked like the hem of a white nightgown and a bare foot, just visible at the edge of the doorway. I assumed it was Mom, so I called out to her, but there was no answer. When I peeked into the room, it was empty. I ran downstairs and found Mom exactly where I thought she'd be, in the kitchen, still wearing her bathrobe and slippers. The worst part about living in that house was how it affected my sleep. I'd wake up in the middle of the night feeling like someone was standing over my bed watching me. Sometimes I'd see a dark shape in the corner of my room just standing there. I'd squeeze my eyes shut and count to 100, and when I opened them again, it would be gone, or worse, it would be closer. My brother Jake was the skeptic in the family. He always had a logical explanation for everything. The footsteps were just the house settling. The TV turning on was faulty wiring. The goat man was just our overactive imaginations. But even he couldn't explain what happened when he was 16. Jake had been out late with friends. My parents were fighting again, so I was hiding in my room with my headphones on. Around midnight, I heard Jake come in. His bedroom was across the hall from mine. I heard his door open, then close. A few minutes later, I heard him screaming. I ran across the hall and found him standing in the middle of his room, white as a sheet. He said he'd walked in and found a man sitting on his bed. Not the goat man from the mirror, a regular man, but with completely black eyes. Jake said the man smiled at him, then vanished right before his eyes. Jake slept on the couch for a month after that. By the time I was 17, things in the house had reached a breaking point. The economy had tanked, Dad lost his job, and the drinking got worse. The paranormal activity seemed to feed off the increasing tension in the house. Objects would fly off shelves during arguments. Lights would flicker and go out when Dad started yelling. Once, during a particularly bad fight, every single picture frame in the living room fell off the walls simultaneously. We lost the house to foreclosure when I was 19. I was relieved, honestly. We packed up what we could and moved into a small apartment across town. Dad took off not long after, and we haven't heard from him since. A few weeks after we moved out, I realized I'd left some of my stuff in my old bedroom closet, a box of photos and some other personal items I didn't want to lose. The house was empty, waiting for new owners, so I decided to sneak in and grab my things. It was stupid, I know, but those photos were important to me. I went back on a Tuesday afternoon, figuring no one would be around. The front door was locked, but I knew the basement window had a broken latch. I climbed in and made my way through the dark, empty house. It felt different without our furniture and belongings, bigger somehow, and the silence was oppressive. I hurried upstairs to my old bedroom, trying not to look at that damn mirror as I passed it in the hallway. I found the box in my closet, right where I'd left it. Relief washed over me as I grabbed it and turned to leave. That's when I heard it. A soft humming sound coming from my sister's old room across the hall. I froze, listening. It wasn't mechanical. It sounded like someone humming a tune. I told myself it was just the wind, or maybe a bird that had gotten in somehow. To calm myself down, I started whistling quietly as I headed back toward the stairs. I was halfway down the hallway when I realized the humming had stopped. Instead, I could hear whistling, the exact same tune I was whistling, but it wasn't coming from me. It was coming from behind me, from my sister's empty bedroom. I stopped whistling abruptly, but the other whistling continued for several more notes before slowly fading out. I ran. I didn't even think about it. My body just moved. I bolted down those stairs so fast I nearly fell, clutching that box to my chest like my life depended on it. I scrambled out through the basement window and didn't stop running until I reached my car. I never went back to that house. I heard from an old neighbor that the place has had a high turnover rate since we left. Families move in excited about their new home, then move out within a few months. No explanation given. The house is currently empty again. Sometimes I drive by that street, but I never slow down. I can feel the house watching me as I pass, like it's waiting for me to come back. Sometimes I dream about that hallway and the mirror, and in my dreams, the goat man steps out of the glass and follows me. I always wake up before he catches me, but I'm terrified of what will happen if he ever does. I don't know what was in that house or why it chose us. Maybe it was drawn to the pain and fear that already filled our home. Maybe it would have happened to any family who lived there. All I know is that 13 years was too long to spend in that place. And no matter how far I go or how much time passes, I'll never fully escape what happened at 317 Maple Street. Story 16. I still can't believe I'm writing this down. I've spent the last few hours debating whether to share what happened, but I need to get this off my chest. Maybe someone here has experienced something similar or can make sense of what I went through, because I sure as hell can't. 6 months ago, I moved to a quiet suburb in Denver. After my divorce, I needed a fresh start, somewhere peaceful where I could rebuild my life. The house was perfect. 2-bedroom, decent yard, affordable mortgage. The neighborhood seemed like something out of a real estate brochure. Well-maintained lawns, friendly waves from neighbors walking their dogs, kids riding bikes. For the first few weeks, everything was exactly what I'd hoped for. Then the letter arrived. I remember that day clearly. I'd just gotten home from grocery shopping, arms full of bags, when I noticed it. A plain white envelope slipped under my front door. No stamp, no return address. Inside was a single sheet of paper with a typed message. "I see you. I know what you're doing. Don't think you're safe." I laughed it off at first. New neighborhood, probably some kids playing pranks. I crumpled it up and threw it away without giving it much thought. Looking back, I wish I'd taken it more seriously. 3 days later, I noticed something weird when I came home from work. The garden gnome my ex had given me as a joke, which I'd placed near my front steps, had been moved. Not knocked over like the wind might do, but deliberately repositioned to face my bedroom window. I reset it, figuring maybe the landscapers had moved it while mowing. The next morning it was facing my window again. I started paying more attention to my surroundings after that. Little things kept happening. My mailbox would be open when I hadn't checked it. A potted plant moved from one side of the porch to the other. Once, I found muddy footprints on my welcome mat that definitely weren't mine. They were small, like a woman's or teenager's. Then came the night I woke up at around 3 in the morning, certain I'd heard something downstairs. I lay there frozen, listening to what sounded like my kitchen cabinets opening and closing. I grabbed my phone and the baseball bat I'd started keeping beside my bed, but by the time I worked up the courage to go downstairs, whatever I'd heard had stopped. Everything looked normal, except the back door was unlocked. I know I'd locked it before going to bed. I always do. The next morning, I found another note. This one was sitting on my kitchen counter, handwritten this time. "You're not alone." Someone had been in my house while I was sleeping. The thought made me physically sick. I called the police, but they weren't much help. No forced entry, nothing stolen, no evidence beyond the notes, which could have been from anyone. They suggested changing my locks and installing a security system, which I did immediately. That's when I started noticing Mrs. Peterson. She lived 2 houses down, a tall, severe-looking woman, probably in her 60s. Grey hair always pulled back in a tight bun, clothes that looked 20 years out of date. I hadn't paid much attention to her before, but suddenly I realized she was watching me. Every time I left the house or came home, she'd be at her window, just staring. Not like a curious neighbor, but with this intensity that made my skin crawl. One afternoon after work, I spotted her in her front yard pruning roses and decided to confront her. Maybe she'd seen something suspicious around my house. "Afternoon," I called, walking over. "I'm your neighbor from number 38. I don't think we've officially met." She looked at me for a long moment before speaking. "I know who you are," she said, her voice surprisingly deep. "And I know why you're here." The way she said it sent chills down my spine. "What's that supposed to mean?" She just smiled, this thin, knowing smile. "Some things are better left undisturbed," she said, then turned and went inside, leaving me standing there bewildered. That night, I dreamed of her standing at the foot of my bed, just watching me sleep. I woke up, drenched in sweat, convinced for a terrifying moment that she was actually there in the darkness. I installed security cameras the next day, one at the front door, one at the back, and motion sensor floodlights around the perimeter. The first night they were up, they caught something. At 2:17 in the morning, a figure moved across my backyard, staying just at the edge of the camera's range. It was too dark and the image too grainy to make out who it was, but it was definitely a person. They stood there for nearly 10 minutes, just looking at my house, before disappearing into the shadows. When I checked the footage in the morning, my hands were shaking so badly I could barely operate my phone. I called the police again and showed them the video. They said they'd increased patrols in the area but couldn't do much else without more evidence. That night, I heard scratching in the attic, not like mice or squirrels. This was deliberate, rhythmic. Scratch, scratch, pause. Scratch, scratch, pause. I grabbed my bat and slowly made my way to the attic access in the hallway. The pull-down ladder was still securely closed, but when I touched it, I noticed the edges had fresh scrape marks, as if someone had been trying to open it from the other side. I didn't sleep that night or the next. The scratching continued every night around the same time, between 2 and 3 in the morning. I started sleeping on the couch with the TV on to drown it out, too terrified to investigate further. 3 nights later, my security camera captured another figure in my yard, but this time they came closer to the house. It was a woman, tall and thin. She was wearing what looked like a nightgown, and she moved with this weird, stiff gait. The camera only caught her from behind, but I was certain it was Mrs. Peterson. She was drawing something in the dirt near my garden with a stick, but the angle of the camera couldn't capture what it was. In the morning, I went out to check. What I found made my blood run cold. There were symbols scratched into the dirt, not random marks, but deliberate patterns. They formed a line pointing directly toward Mrs. Peterson's house. I spent that day researching the symbols online. It took hours, but eventually I found similar markings in articles about occult rituals. They were supposedly used to mark a target or bind a presence to a location. This couldn't be happening. This kind of stuff wasn't real, right? But the symbols were there, the scratching was real, and someone was definitely stalking me. That night, I heard the scratching again, but this time it was accompanied by whispering. I couldn't make out the words, but it sounded like a woman's voice, chanting something over and over. I grabbed my phone to record it, but the second I hit record, the sound stopped. I couldn't take it anymore. I called my sister the next morning and asked if I could stay with her for a few days. I didn't tell her everything, just that I was having problems with a neighbor and needed some space. She lived about an hour away, close enough that I could still make it to work. Before I left, I went to check my mailbox one last time. Inside was another unmarked envelope. This one contained a Polaroid picture of me sleeping on my couch. It had been taken through my living room window, clearly the night before. Scrawled on the white border were the words, "You can't escape me." I threw some clothes in a bag and got the hell out of there. I didn't even lock up properly, just ran to my car and drove straight to my sister's place. When I arrived, I broke down completely. I showed her the notes, the pictures from the security camera, the photo from my mailbox. She wanted to call the police right away, but what could they do? I had no proof Mrs. Peterson was behind it all. I stayed with my sister for a week, calling in sick to work. Every night I had nightmares about Mrs. Peterson standing over me, watching me sleep. In one particularly vivid dream, she was in my sister's house, standing in the doorway of the guest room, whispering those same indecipherable words. After a week, my boss said I needed to come back or risk losing my job. I couldn't afford that, so reluctantly, I returned to Denver. I drove by my house but couldn't bring myself to go inside. Instead, I checked into a motel and called a realtor. I needed to sell the house, even at a loss. I couldn't live there anymore. The realtor was surprisingly understanding. She said she'd handled the sale of that property several times over the past decade. All previous owners had moved out within a year, though she wouldn't elaborate on why. She agreed to list it immediately. I had to go back to the house once to collect some essentials. I went during the daytime and brought a friend for support. The house felt wrong somehow, colder, darker, despite the afternoon sun streaming through the windows. The scratching marks on the attic hatch were more pronounced, and when we checked, the lock had been broken from the inside. We didn't stay long, just grabbed what I needed and left. As we were pulling out of the driveway, I saw Mrs. Peterson at her window. She was smiling. The house sold within 2 weeks, well below market value. I didn't care. I just wanted out. I found an apartment on the other side of Denver and started rebuilding my life again. I tried to put the whole experience behind me. 2 months later, I ran into my realtor at a coffee shop. She mentioned casually that the new owners of my old house were enjoying it very much, with no issues at all. She also mentioned, almost as an afterthought, that Mrs. Peterson had apparently moved away shortly after I left. Her house had been sitting empty ever since. I felt a weight lift from my shoulders. Maybe it was over. Maybe whatever twisted game she'd been playing had ended when I left. That relief lasted exactly 3 days. Last night, I was walking to my car after work. The parking lot was nearly empty and it was already dark. As I approached my car, I had that feeling, you know the one, where you're suddenly certain someone's watching you. I turned around, scanning the parking lot, and that's when I saw her. Mrs. Peterson was standing under a streetlight about 50 feet away. She wasn't doing anything, just standing there, staring at me with those piercing eyes. I blinked, and she was gone. I've spent all day convincing myself I imagined it. Stress, lack of sleep, the trauma of what happened. My mind was playing tricks on me. It had to be. But an hour ago, I went to check my mail. In my mailbox was a small envelope. No stamp, no return address. Inside was a small piece of paper with 5 words written in that same handwriting. I told you, never escape. I'm writing this from a hotel room. I don't know what to do. I don't know if I'm losing my mind or if this is really happening. All I know is that I can feel her watching me, even now. I've checked every lock, every window, but I know it won't matter. She'll find a way in. She always does. Story 17. I still can't explain what happened that night, and I'm not sure I want to. It's been 3 months since the incident, but every time I close my eyes, I can still see those things staring at us from the darkness. I've never shared this with anyone outside my immediate circle because, well, who would believe me? But I need to get this off my chest. My buddy Alex and I had this routine of going on bike rides through our neighborhood in Gulf Breeze, Florida. Nothing special, just a coastal town with the usual palm trees, suburban homes, and that sticky summer air that never quite lets up. We'd been doing these rides for about 2 years, usually around 9 or 10 at night when the traffic died down and the temperature became somewhat bearable. I should mention that I've always been the cautious one. Alex jokes that I have bat vision because I can spot things in the dark before anyone else. Growing up, my dad was a park ranger, and he taught me to always be aware of my surroundings. It's just second nature to me, scanning ahead, checking blind spots, noticing movement. That night, those instincts saved us from whatever might have happened. It was a Wednesday in July, around 10:30. The air was thick with humidity, but there was a slight breeze coming off the Gulf that made it tolerable. We were about 40 minutes into our usual route, cruising through Bayou Shores, one of those older neighborhoods with massive oak trees that create a natural canopy over the streets. The streetlights were spaced far apart, creating pockets of darkness between the pools of yellow light. I had my small Bluetooth speaker playing some chill music, not loud, just enough for us to hear as we rode. The neighborhood was quiet as usual, most houses already dark except for a porch light here and there. We weren't talking much, just enjoying the ride and the relative coolness of the evening. We turned onto Magnolia Street, a long, winding road that's especially dark because of two enormous oak trees, about halfway down, that practically touch each other from opposite sides of the street. Their branches create this dense shadow that the streetlights can't penetrate. We've ridden past these trees dozens of times, and I never gave them a second thought. But that night, when we were about 100 yards away, something felt off. I can't explain it exactly, like the air got heavier or the temperature dropped a few degrees. I slowed down slightly, and that's when I noticed movement near those trees, maybe 50 feet ahead where the shadows were deepest. I hit my brakes and put my foot down. "Hold up," I said to Alex, keeping my voice low. Alex stopped beside me. "What's up?" I nodded toward the trees. "Something's moving over there." At first I thought it might be a deer. We get them sometimes, wandering in from the nature preserve about a mile away. But this was different. The way it moved wasn't right. "You see that?" I whispered, not taking my eyes off the spot. Alex squinted. "See what?" "Just watch, between those two big oaks, in the shadow." We both went completely still, and I switched off my music. The silence felt heavy, broken only by the distant sound of cicadas and the occasional car passing on the main road a few blocks away. Then it happened. From the edge of the shadow, where darkness met the faint glow of the distant streetlight, something emerged. Slowly, deliberately. It was white. Pure, unnatural white that seemed to absorb the faint light rather than reflect it. At first, I could only make out the shape, something big, four-legged, with the general outline of a wolf. But as it fully emerged from the shadows, I realized this was nothing like any wolf I'd ever seen. It was massive, easily the size of a Great Dane, maybe bigger. Its proportions were wrong. The legs were slightly too long, the head a bit too large for its body, but it was the face that made my blood turn to ice. It had these eyes that reflected nothing, just dark voids in that white face, and they were fixed directly on us. The creature sat at the edge of the darkness, perfectly still except for what might have been breathing. I couldn't tell if it was fur or skin that covered it. It didn't look like either. More like, I don't know how to describe it. Like white clay, maybe, but living, moving. A wave of cold fear washed over me. Every instinct screamed danger, but I couldn't move. It wasn't just fear. It was like my body wouldn't respond to my brain's commands. I managed to glance at Alex, needing confirmation that I wasn't hallucinating. His face had gone pale, eyes wide, jaw slack. He was seeing it too. When I looked back, a second creature had emerged from behind the first, identical in every way. The same unnatural white, the same wrong proportions, the same eyeless gaze fixed on us. It walked slowly, almost mechanically, to sit beside the first one. They just watched us. No growling, no movement toward us, just an intense, unwavering stare that felt like it was stripping away layers of my soul. "What the fuck?" Alex breathed, barely audible. That small sound seemed to break whatever spell had frozen me in place. I felt my heart hammering against my ribs, my hands shaking on the handlebars of my bike. "Don't move," I whispered, though I had no idea if that was the right thing to do. These weren't animals I recognized. They didn't behave like any predator I knew. The normal rules might not apply. For what felt like an eternity, but was probably only 30 seconds, we remained in this standoff, us on our bikes, frozen in fear, and these two white creatures sitting at the edge of the shadow, watching us with those horrible non-eyes. Then the first one tilted its head, just slightly, in a motion that was so unsettlingly human-like that I felt my skin crawl. It opened its mouth, not in a snarl or growl, but slowly, deliberately, revealing nothing inside. No teeth, no tongue, just darkness, like looking into a void. "We need to go," I said, my voice shaking. "Slowly. Turn around." Alex nodded, his breathing shallow and rapid. We both began to carefully turn our bikes around, keeping our eyes on the creatures as much as possible. That's when the second one stood up, not on all fours, but on its hind legs. It rose up to what must have been over 6 feet tall, its front legs, no, arms, hanging at its sides. The sight was so wrong, so utterly alien that I nearly fell off my bike. "Go!" I hissed. "Now!" We didn't wait to see what would happen next. We turned and pedaled faster than I've ever moved in my life. I could feel sweat pouring down my back, my legs burning with the effort, but terror pushed me beyond what I thought my body could do. I didn't look back until we'd gone at least 5 blocks, turning randomly at intersections, trying to put as much distance as possible between us and those things. When I finally did glance over my shoulder, the street behind us was empty. We didn't stop until we reached the main road, where there were still a few cars passing by, and the bright lights of a gas station provided some sense of safety. We pulled into the parking lot, dropped our bikes, and just stood there, gasping for breath. Did you see that?" Alex finally managed, bent over with his hands on his knees. I nodded, unable to speak for a moment. My heart was still racing, adrenaline making my limbs feel weak and shaky. "What the fuck were those things?" he asked, his voice cracking. "I don't know," I said. They weren't animals, not normal ones. They were looking right at us, man, like they knew us." Alex ran his hands through his sweat-soaked hair. "Did you see how the one stood up? Jesus Christ." We stayed at that gas station for almost an hour, trying to process what we'd seen. The attendant probably thought we were drunk or high, 2 guys in their 20s looking shell-shocked at 11 at night. Eventually, we took the long way home, sticking to main roads with plenty of light and traffic. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those white figures emerging from the darkness. I kept thinking about how they moved. Not like animals, not quite like humans either. Something in between, or maybe something else entirely. The next day, Alex came over, and we tried to make sense of it. We looked up local wildlife, thinking maybe it was some kind of albino coyote or stray dogs that the darkness and fear had transformed in our minds. But nothing matched what we'd seen. The size, the color, the way they moved. It wasn't anything natural. We even drove back to that spot in broad daylight. The trees looked normal enough, just big old oaks casting shadows across the pavement. We searched for tracks, fur, anything that might prove what we'd seen was real and not some shared hallucination. We found nothing. For a week afterward, Alex stayed at my place. Neither of us wanted to be alone, and neither of us went out after dark. We told a couple of close friends who predictably thought we were exaggerating or had seen some escaped exotic pets. One suggested we'd encountered someone in costumes trying to scare people. But I know what I saw. Those weren't costumes. The fluid way they moved, the unnatural stillness when they watched us. No human could mimic that, and they weren't normal animals either. It's been 3 months now. Alex and I still hang out, but we don't go on night rides anymore. Sometimes we talk about what happened, trying to convince ourselves there's a rational explanation. Other times we avoid the subject entirely, like not talking about it might make the memory fade, but it doesn't fade. I still find myself avoiding that street, even in daylight. I still wake up sometimes in the middle of the night, heart racing, convinced I've heard something moving outside my window. and I still can't shake the feeling that those things recognized us somehow, that they were waiting for us. The rational part of my brain says they were just animals of some kind, something with a reasonable explanation, but deep down, I know better. Those white wolf creatures weren't from our world, and sometimes, late at night when I can't sleep, I wonder if they're still out there, sitting at the edge of the shadows, watching and waiting for someone else to ride by. Story 18. I still don't sleep well. It's been 3 months since that night on the desert highway, and I've told exactly 2 people what happened. My therapist, who I'm pretty sure thinks I had some kind of psychotic break, and my sister, who at least pretends to believe me. I need to write this down somewhere, even if nobody believes it. Maybe someone else has experienced something similar and can tell me I'm not losing my mind. I drive from Austin to Phoenix pretty regularly for work. I'm a sales rep for a medical equipment company, and we have a big client base in Arizona. Usually I fly, but this time I decided to drive because I wanted to bring back some furniture from my aunt who'd passed away. Plus, I like road trips, or I used to anyway. I left Austin around noon that day, planning to drive straight through. I've done the trip enough times to know there's this shortcut through New Mexico that shaves about an hour off the journey. It's this stretch of highway that cuts through some pretty desolate desert land, but it's well maintained and I'd never had any issues before. Everything was normal until about 2 in the morning. I'd been driving for almost 14 hours with just a couple of quick stops for gas and food. I was tired but wired on gas station coffee and the playlist I'd made for the trip. The road was completely empty. I hadn't seen another car for at least 30 minutes. That's when I first got this weird feeling. It was like someone was watching me. I know how that sounds, but it was so intense that I actually checked my rearview mirror to see if someone was in my back seat. Obviously, there wasn't. I turned up my music and tried to shake it off. The feeling wouldn't go away though. It kept getting stronger, like there were eyes on me from somewhere in the darkness beyond my headlights. I started feeling really uneasy, so I decided to stop at this rest area I knew was coming up. I'd stopped there on previous trips. It had vending machines and clean bathrooms, but after driving for another 20 minutes, I realized I should have reached it already. I checked my GPS, but the signal had gotten spotty. The map was frozen, and the estimated arrival time wasn't updating. Great. I figured I must have missed the rest stop somehow, even though that seemed impossible given how few exits there were on this stretch. That's when I saw a sign for Route 6. I don't remember ever seeing that exit before, but I was tired and figured my memory was just fuzzy. The sign said there was food and gas ahead, which was exactly what I needed. I took the exit without thinking twice about it. The road narrowed immediately, and the asphalt got rougher. My headlights caught the edges of scrubby desert plants and rocks, but beyond that was just pitch blackness. After about 5 minutes of driving, I saw lights up ahead. It was a small roadside cafe with a flickering neon sign that read, "Desert Stop Cafe." There was an old gas pump out front and a couple of parking spaces. The place looked ancient, like something straight out of the 50s that someone had just abandoned to the elements. The paint was peeling off the wooden siding and one of the windows was cracked, but the open sign was lit up and there was an old pickup truck parked outside, so I pulled in. I sat in my car for a minute, trying to decide if I should go in. It didn't look particularly inviting, but I needed to use a bathroom and maybe get some fresh coffee for the rest of the drive. Plus, I figured I could ask for directions back to the main highway. When I pushed open the door, a little bell jingled. The inside was just as dated as the outside. Red vinyl booths, a chrome-edged counter with stools, and yellowed linoleum floors. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, flickering occasionally. The place was empty except for a woman standing behind the counter. She was tall and unnaturally thin, with pale skin that looked almost bluish under the harsh lighting. Her hair was pulled back in a tight bun, and she had these dark, sunken eyes that seemed too big for her face. When she smiled at me, something about it made my skin crawl. Her teeth were too white, too perfect against her pale face. "Coffee?" she asked before I'd even fully approached the counter. Her voice was soft but had this weird echo to it, like she was speaking from the bottom of a well. Yeah. "Coffee would be great," I said, sliding onto one of the stools. And could you tell me how to get back to the highway? I think I took a wrong turn." She didn't answer, just turned around and poured coffee into a chipped white mug. When she set it in front of me, I noticed her hands were ice cold when they briefly touched mine. "Cream?" she asked, still with that unsettling smile. I shook my head and looked down at the coffee. It was pitch black and seemed to absorb the light rather than reflect it. When I lifted the mug to my lips, the smell hit me, metallic, almost like blood. I put it down immediately. "Actually, could I use your bathroom first?" I asked, pushing the mug away slightly. She pointed to a door at the back of the cafe without saying anything. I muttered thanks and walked over, feeling her eyes on my back the entire time. The bathroom was small and dimly lit by a single bulb hanging from the ceiling. The sink was old porcelain with rust stains around the drain, and the mirror above it was spotted with age. I splashed some water on my face, trying to clear my head. That's when I noticed something odd about the mirror. There was a window reflected in it, a small square window high up on the wall behind me. But when I turned around, there was no window there, just a solid wall covered in peeling yellow paint. I looked back at the mirror, and the window was still there in the reflection, showing a pitch-black night sky. As I stared at it, confused, I heard knocking. At first I thought it was coming from the bathroom door, but then I realized it was coming from inside the mirror, from that non-existent window. 3 distinct knocks, then silence. "Hello?" I called out, my voice shaking. Instead of an answer, I heard a raspy male voice, very close, like someone was standing right behind me. "Turn around." I spun around, but there was nobody there, just the empty bathroom. When I looked back at the mirror, I saw something that made my blood freeze. A dark shadow pressing against the window in the reflection, like someone was trying to get in. I could make out the vague shape of a head and hands pressed against the glass. I didn't wait to see more. I bolted out of the bathroom, through the cafe, not even looking at the woman behind the counter, and ran straight to my car. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely get the key in the ignition. As I peeled out of the parking lot, I glanced in my rearview mirror. The cafe looked different. Older, more decrepit, like it had been abandoned for decades. And the woman was standing in the doorway, still smiling, but her face seemed to have elongated, her mouth stretching impossibly wide. I drove as fast as I could back the way I came, desperate to find the highway again. After about 10 minutes of driving, I should have reached the interstate, but instead, I saw another sign for Route 6 ahead of me. That was impossible. I'd been driving away from it. I pulled over and checked my phone. No signal. My GPS was completely dead. I tried to orient myself using the stars, but the sky had clouded over and I couldn't see anything. I decided to keep driving, thinking I must have gotten turned around somehow. Another 15 minutes passed, and I saw lights ahead. My stomach dropped when I realized it was the same cafe, the exact same one I'd just fled from, with the same flickering neon sign and the old pickup truck parked outside. I drove past it, pressing hard on the accelerator. This had to be some kind of mistake. Maybe there were 2 identical cafes on this road. Even as I thought it, I knew that wasn't true. I kept driving for what felt like hours, but my watch showed that only 45 minutes had passed. And then, up ahead, I saw the sign for Route 6 again, and beyond it, the lights of the Desert Stop Cafe. I was trapped in some kind of loop. No matter which direction I drove, I ended up back at the same place. I tried turning around, taking different forks in the road when I found them, even driving off-road for a bit, but it always led back to Route 6 and that damn cafe. By the 5th time I approached the cafe, I was nearly out of gas. The needle was hovering just above empty, and I knew I couldn't keep driving in circles forever. I had to do something. I parked across the street from the cafe and just watched it for a while. The neon sign flickered rhythmically, on off, like a heartbeat. No one went in or out. The pickup truck never moved. It was like a scene in a diorama, frozen in time. As dawn approached, I made a decision. I was going to go back into the cafe and demand answers. Maybe this was all some elaborate prank, or maybe I was hallucinating from exhaustion. Either way, I couldn't just keep driving. I crossed the street and pushed open the door. The same bell jingled. The same woman stood behind the counter with the same unnerving smile. "Coffee?" she asked, exactly as she had before. "What is this place?" I demanded. "Why do I keep ending up back here?" Her smile widened slightly. "You took Route 6, she said, as if that explained everything. "So, how do I get back to the highway? How do I get to Phoenix?" She tilted her head slightly, the movement too fluid, almost serpentine. "Nobody leaves Route 6, she said softly. "Not really." As she spoke, I noticed other people in the cafe now. An old man in the corner booth, a young couple at a table by the window, a truck driver at the far end of the counter. I hadn't seen them when I came in. They all turned to look at me with the same sunken eyes as the woman. "We've been waiting for you to come back," the woman said. "Your coffee's getting cold." I backed toward the door, my heart pounding. The people in the cafe began to stand up, moving in that same unnaturally fluid way. Their faces started to change, features shifting like wax melting. I ran. I got in my car and drove as fast as the nearly empty tank would allow. In my rearview mirror, I could see them all standing in front of the cafe, watching me go. They didn't try to follow. They didn't need to. My car sputtered to a stop about 10 miles down the road. I was out of gas. I got out and started walking, the desert heat already building, even though the sun had barely risen. After walking for what felt like hours, I saw a sign up ahead. Route 6. That was 3 months ago. Somehow I made it back to the highway that morning. A trucker found me walking along the roadside, dehydrated and confused. He drove me to the nearest town, and from there I managed to get home. My car was never recovered. I've tried to find Route 6 on maps. It doesn't exist. I've searched for the Desert Stop Cafe online and found nothing. I've even contacted the New Mexico Department of Transportation, but according to their records, there is no Route 6 where I described. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night, certain I can smell that metallic coffee. Sometimes I see the woman's face in my dreams, her smile stretching wider and wider until it splits her face in half. And sometimes, when I look in my bathroom mirror, I think I can see a window that isn't there. Story 19. I still don't sleep well. It's been almost 5 years, but I still wake up in cold sweats sometimes, feeling that same presence hovering over me. I've never shared this with anyone outside my immediate family and closest friends, but I need to get this off my chest. Maybe someone else has experienced something similar. It all started on a Friday night in October of 2017. I had just moved back in with my parents after college didn't work out. They had converted their basement into a bedroom for me. Nothing fancy, just a bedroom with a small bathroom and a laundry room attached. I was actually pretty happy with the setup since it gave me privacy, and I could stay up late playing video games without bothering anyone. That weekend, I invited 2 friends over. Jake, who I'd known since high school, and Marcus, who was Jake's roommate. I didn't know Marcus that well, but he seemed cool enough. We planned to hang out, play some games on my PlayStation, and just chill. Nothing crazy. We were a few beers in when Marcus started talking about this religious studies class he was taking. He was going on about the Dead Sea Scrolls and all these ancient texts. At first I was just nodding along, not really paying attention since I was focused on the game, but then he started talking about this entity called Belial. Belial is fascinating, Marcus said, eyes wide with excitement. In the ancient texts, he's described as an angel of hostility, the literal source of wickedness. He leads the sons of darkness who oppose God's rule. I remember feeling uncomfortable as he spoke, like a cold draft had suddenly hit the room. Jake must have felt it too because he tried changing the subject, but Marcus wouldn't let it go. He kept talking about summoning rituals and how certain texts described Belial's presence manifesting in dark, enclosed spaces. When they left that night around 2 in the morning, I felt uneasy. I couldn't shake this weird feeling that we'd talked about something we shouldn't have, like we'd opened a door that was meant to stay closed. The first incident happened the next night. I was alone in my room, getting ready for bed. The laundry room was at the far end of my bedroom. You had to walk through my room to get to it. I always kept the door closed because, well, it was a laundry room and not exactly something I wanted to look at all the time. I was about to turn off my light when I noticed the laundry room door was slightly open. I distinctly remembered closing it earlier when I'd put some clothes in the dryer. I got up to close it, and as I approached, I felt this pressure, like the air got heavier with each step. When I reached for the doorknob, my hand literally froze mid-air. I couldn't bring myself to touch it. There was something in that room, something in the far corner where it was darkest, something that didn't want me there. I backed away slowly and got back into bed, facing away from the laundry room. I left my bedside lamp on that night. Couldn't sleep for shit. Over the next few days, I kept finding that door open when I was sure I'd closed it. Each time, I'd feel that same pressure, that same sense that something was watching me from inside. I started dreading going to my room at night. I'd stay upstairs as long as possible, watching TV with my parents until they went to bed. Then I'd reluctantly head downstairs. About a week after Marcus's visit, the sleep paralysis started. I'd wake up in the middle of the night, unable to move, feeling like someone was sitting on my chest. I could hear breathing right next to my ear, not my own, something else's, something that breathed in ragged, uneven bursts, and then the whispers would start. "Come with me." Just 3 words, over and over, right in my ear. The voice wasn't loud, but it wasn't exactly quiet either. It was like it was coming from inside my own head. But I knew it wasn't my voice. It was deeper, raspier, like someone who'd been smoking for decades. These episodes would last maybe 30 seconds, but they felt like hours. When I could finally move again, I'd shoot up in bed, drenched in sweat, heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. I didn't tell my parents. What was I supposed to say? "Hey, I think there's a demon in the laundry room because my friend talked about some ancient evil entity." They'd think I was on drugs or having some kind of breakdown. By the 3rd week, things got worse. I'd wake up to my bed shaking, not like an earthquake, but like someone was grabbing the frame and rocking it back and forth. One night, I woke up with the sensation of falling onto my mattress, as if I'd been floating above it and suddenly dropped. Another time, I felt the mattress compress next to me like someone or something had sat down on the edge of my bed. I could feel its weight, could see the depression in the mattress, but there was nothing there. The worst night was about a month after it all started. I got up to use the bathroom around 3 in the morning. I didn't turn on any lights because I didn't want to wake myself up too much. When I came back to my room, every single light was on. The ceiling light, my bedside lamp, even the light in the laundry room, which I never turned on at night. I stood in the doorway, frozen, staring at the laundry room door, which was wide open. I ran upstairs and slept on the couch that night. Told my parents I wasn't feeling well when they found me there in the morning. I started changing after that. I was angry all the time, frustrated with everyone around me, especially people who didn't believe me when I tried to explain what was happening. I got into a huge fight with Jake when he suggested maybe I was just stressed or having night terrors. I remember screaming at him, "You weren't there. You don't know what I've seen." I have these vivid memories, or maybe they were dreams I don't even know anymore, of holding the laundry room door closed against something that was pushing from the other side, something strong. I remember the door bulging outward like it was made of rubber, the wood creaking and groaning under the pressure. Sometimes I'd hear voices calling me downstairs when I was upstairs with my parents. Sometimes it was my mom's voice, sometimes my dad's, sometimes voices I didn't recognize. But when I'd go check, no one had called me. They'd look at me like I was losing my mind. When I was alone in my room playing games, I'd hear the laundry room door creak open behind me. I'd feel something right behind me, so close I could feel its breath on the back of my neck, but I couldn't turn around. I was too terrified of what I might see. I lost weight, couldn't eat, couldn't sleep. My grades at community college started slipping. My parents were worried but thought it was depression or anxiety. They suggested therapy, but how could I tell a therapist about this? They'd commit me. The turning point came when my mom's friend Diane came over for dinner one night. Diane was different. She practiced witchcraft, not the Hollywood version, but the real deal. She took one look at me and pulled my mom aside. I couldn't hear what they were saying, but later that night, my mom came to my room and asked if I'd been experiencing anything unusual. The way she said it made me break down. I told her everything. The next day, Diane came over with sage and some other herbs I didn't recognize. She performed what she called a cleansing ritual, burning the sage and walking through every room in the house, focusing especially on my bedroom and the laundry room. The whole time she was chanting something under her breath. When she got to the corner of the laundry room, that dark corner where I always felt the presence was strongest, the sage smoke did something weird. Instead of rising up like it had been doing, it swirled and twisted like it was being sucked into a vacuum. Diane's face went pale, and she started chanting louder, more urgently. I felt it leave. I can't explain how, but there was this sudden release of pressure, like when your ears pop at high altitude. The air felt lighter, cleaner somehow. Diane looked exhausted afterward. Before she left, she took me aside and said, "Whatever was here is gone now, but be careful what you invite in, even through words. Names have power." After that night, I didn't have any more episodes of sleep paralysis. The laundry room door stayed closed when I closed it. I wasn't afraid to be in my room anymore. Life slowly went back to normal. I moved out about a year later, got my own apartment, finished college. I thought it was all behind me. But about 6 months ago, the dreams started. In them, I'm back in that basement bedroom, and the laundry room door is opening slowly. I try to scream but can't make a sound. I try to run, but my legs won't move. And just before I wake up, I hear that voice again. "Come with me." I've never spoken to Marcus again after that weekend. Jake told me he dropped out of college shortly after, and no one knows where he went. Sometimes I wonder if he knew what he was doing when he talked about Belial that night. Sometimes I wonder if he's experienced the same things I have. I still don't know what was in my laundry room those months. I don't know if it was Belial or some other entity. All I know is that it was real, it was evil, and even though Diane banished it from my house, I'm terrified that it's still out there somewhere, waiting, watching, and I can't shake the feeling that one day it's going to find me again. Story 20. I'm still trying to make sense of what happened to us last September. I've never been the type to believe in ghosts or anything supernatural, but after what we experienced in that house, I don't know what to think anymore. It started when 5 of us, me, Ellie, Josh, Maya, and Tom, moved into this old Victorian house in Ravenwood for our second year at university. The rent was surprisingly cheap for such a spacious place, and we were all excited about having our own rooms and a decent-sized kitchen. The landlord seemed a bit eager to get us to sign the lease, but we didn't think much of it at the time. The first week was normal. We were all busy unpacking, setting up our rooms, and catching up after the summer break. Then Ellie mentioned having this weird dream. We were sitting in the kitchen having breakfast when she brought it up, looking exhausted. "I had the strangest dream last night," she said, rubbing her eyes. "There was this woman standing in the corner of my room just watching me. But the way she was standing was wrong, like her joints were bent at odd angles or something." We laughed it off. Everyone has weird dreams, right? But then Ellie continued, describing how in her dream this woman followed her from room to room, and then there was a man sitting at the edge of her bed, repeatedly saying no when she tried to wake herself up. It was odd, but we didn't think much of it until the next night when I felt something brush against my arm while I was trying to fall asleep. It felt like fingers, light, but definitely there. I sat up, heart pounding, and turned on my bedside lamp. There was nothing there, of course. I convinced myself it was just my imagination or maybe a draft. The following morning, something strange happened. All 5 of us woke up at exactly 5:45 in the morning. Not 5:44 or 5:46, exactly 5:45. For university students who typically sleep until midday, this was bizarre. We joked about it over coffee, blaming it on the stress of settling into a new place. But it happened again the next day, and the day after that, always 5:45 a.m. on the dot. Then came the footsteps. Wet-sounding footsteps, like someone had just gotten out of the shower and was walking around the house. But whenever we checked, there was no one there, and the floor was completely dry. "Did you guys hear that?" Maya asked one evening while we were watching a movie in the living room. We all fell silent, and sure enough, there it was. The unmistakable sound of wet footsteps coming from the hallway. Josh got up to check, but there was nothing there. "It's probably just the pipes," Tom suggested, but he didn't sound convinced. The pressure on our heads started about 2 weeks after we moved in. It was like someone was pressing down on the top of my skull with their palm. Not painful, but definitely uncomfortable. I mentioned it to the others, and to my surprise, they'd all been experiencing the same thing. The house itself started to feel wrong, like it was watching us. I know that sounds crazy, but it's the only way I can describe it. Sometimes I'd be studying in my room and get this overwhelming feeling that I needed to look behind me. Nothing was ever there, but the feeling persisted. Then the drawers and wardrobes started opening and closing by themselves. The first time it happened, I was alone in the house. I heard a drawer close in the kitchen and went to check, assuming one of the others had come home. The kitchen was empty, but a drawer that I was sure I'd closed was wide open. We tried to rationalize everything. Old house, settling foundations, drafts. But deep down, I think we all knew something wasn't right. The night that really freaked us out was when we heard 3 distinct claps, followed by footsteps and a loud bang. At exactly 3:33 a.m., we all rushed into the hallway, thinking someone had broken in, but the house was secure. No windows or doors had been tampered with. "This is getting too weird," Josh said, running his hands through his hair. "Maybe we should talk to the landlord." The next day was when Maya and I saw the black mass. I was in my room looking in the mirror while getting ready, when I saw what looked like a small, blurry black shape leaving my room through the open door. It was only for a split second, but I definitely saw it. My blood ran cold. I rushed out into the hallway, calling for the others, and ran straight into Maya, who was pale as a sheet. "Did you see that?" she gasped. "That black thing? It just crossed my room." We'd seen the same thing at the same time, from different parts of the house. That's when I really started to get scared. That night, we all slept in the living room, too afraid to be alone in our rooms. None of us wanted to admit it, but we were all terrified of what might be in the house with us. The knocking started the following night. 3 clear, deliberate knocks on Ellie and Tom's bedroom door. They were both inside the room at the time, and the rest of us were downstairs. When they opened the door, the hallway was empty. "Maybe it's the neighbors playing a prank," Tom suggested. But we lived on a quiet street, and our nearest neighbors were an elderly couple who were hardly the pranking type. The sighting of the white figure happened the day after. I was coming up from the basement after doing laundry when I saw it. A clear white shape of a man standing in the downstairs bathroom. It wasn't transparent or misty like you'd imagine a ghost to be. It looked solid, like an actual person, but pure white. I froze, unable to move or even scream. It turned its head toward me, and though it had no facial features, I somehow knew it was looking right at me. Then it simply faded away. I dropped the laundry basket and ran upstairs, nearly knocking over Josh in my panic. I was hyperventilating so badly that it took several minutes for me to calm down enough to tell the others what I'd seen. That's when Josh told us about the voice. He'd been in the kitchen earlier that day when he heard Maya's voice coming from her room upstairs, clearly saying, "Hello." Thinking she was calling him, he went up to check, but her room was empty. He found Maya downstairs in the living room, where she'd been sitting in complete silence for the past hour. The activity in the house intensified after that. Objects would move when we weren't looking. Doors would slam shut, even when there was no draft. The temperature in certain rooms would drop dramatically, for no apparent reason. One night, I woke up to find all my belongings neatly arranged in a circle on the floor of my room. I hadn't put them there. I was too terrified to move, so I just lay there until morning, staring at the ceiling and trying not to think about what might be in the room with me. We tried contacting the landlord about the strange occurrences, but he was suddenly unreachable. His phone went straight to voicemail, and emails bounced back. We were on our own. The final straw came when we started finding small objects from our rooms in strange places throughout the house. My hairbrush turned up in the oven. Tom's watch was in the freezer. Ellie's favorite mug was balanced precariously on top of the shower curtain rail. Then there was the writing. Small, childlike scribbles that would appear on steamed-up mirrors or windows. Nothing legible, just scribbles, but definitely not made by any of us. We decided to do some research on the house's history. Maya managed to find some old newspaper articles online. Turns out back in the 1970s, a family of 4 had lived in the house, a couple with 2 children. The husband had a mental breakdown and drowned their 2 kids in the bathtub before hanging himself in the basement. The wife found them when she came home from work and supposedly went mad with grief, spending her final days talking to people who weren't there before eventually dying in her sleep. The article mentioned that neighbors had reported hearing children's laughter coming from the house long after the tragedy, even though it was empty. That night, all hell broke loose. It started with the temperature dropping so low we could see our breath. Then came the sounds, not just footsteps this time, but running like children playing. Giggles echoed through the house, along with what sounded like a woman humming a lullaby. We were all in the living room, huddled together, too scared to move. The lights began to flicker, and then the TV turned on by itself, displaying nothing but static. Through the static, we could almost make out faces. The doors throughout the house started slamming open and shut, over and over. The windows rattled in their frames like someone was trying to break in. The pressure on our heads returned, stronger than before, making it difficult to even think straight. And then, silence. Complete, deafening silence. The kind that makes your ears ring because it's so absolute. "Hello," came a voice from right behind me. It sounded exactly like Ellie, but Ellie was sitting right in front of me, her eyes wide with terror. I turned around slowly, but there was nothing there, just empty space. That's when we decided to leave. We didn't bother packing, just grabbed our phones and wallets and ran out of the house in our pajamas. We spent the night in a 24-hour cafe, too afraid to go back. The next day, Josh's dad drove up to help us move our things out. Strangely, when we returned with him, nothing happened. The house was quiet, almost peaceful. We quickly gathered our belongings and left, never to return. We found a new place to live, but I still can't shake the feeling that something followed us from that house. Sometimes I still wake up at exactly 5:45 in the morning, and just last week I thought I heard 3 distinct claps coming from the hallway in the middle of the night. I don't know what was in that house in Ravenwood, but I know it was real. All 5 of us experienced it, and none of us have been the same since. Some things can't be explained, and some places shouldn't be lived in. I still check behind me when I get that feeling of being watched, and I still keep my lights on when I sleep, because whatever was in that house, I'm not convinced we left it behind. Beta, do story 21. I still can't explain what we saw that night. It's been nearly 20 years, and I've tried every rational explanation possible, but nothing fits. I've only told this story to close friends until now because honestly, who would believe it? But I need to get this out there. This happened back in 2003 when I was 19. Me and 4 friends, Dante, Marcus, Jess, and Alicia, were hanging out on a Friday night with nothing to do. We were all home from college for the summer in central New Jersey, bored out of our minds. Marcus suggested we check out Gravity Hill, this local spot near Washington's Crossing Park that supposedly had some weird properties. I'd heard about it before. The story goes that if you put your car in neutral at the bottom of this particular hill, ghostly forces will push it uphill. Local legend says it's the spirits of people who died decades ago when a car stalled on railroad tracks and got hit by a train. I'm not usually into paranormal stuff, but we were desperate for entertainment. So around 11 that night, we took 2 cars. Marcus drove his Honda with Jess and Alicia, while I followed in my old Corolla with Dante. The area was really rural with barely any streetlights, just narrow country roads cutting through dense woods and the occasional farm. We found the spot easily enough. It was just this unassuming stretch of road that dipped down and then rose again. Nothing special looking about it. The girls had never seen the gravity hill trick before, so Marcus went first to demonstrate. He positioned his car at the bottom of the dip, put it in neutral, and sure enough, the car started rolling uphill. The girls freaked out a little, which was exactly the reaction we'd hoped for. I knew it was just an optical illusion, something about the horizon line and surrounding landscape making a slight downhill grade appear to go uphill. But it was still fun to see their reactions. We messed around there for maybe 20 minutes, taking turns with both cars before deciding to head back. This is where things got weird. Marcus suggested taking a back road that would eventually connect to the main highway. He knew the area better than me, so I just followed his tail lights. It was around midnight now, pitch black except for our headlights. The road was really narrow with tall grass and cornfields on both sides. I had this cheap radar detector mounted on my dash that I'd bought after getting a speeding ticket the month before. As we drove, it suddenly started going crazy, beeping and flashing like we were approaching a speed trap. I remember looking at Dante and saying, "That's weird. There's no way there are cops out here in the middle of nowhere." Then I noticed Marcus's brake lights flash on, and I heard screaming coming from their car, not like joking screams, real, terrified screaming. I slowed down, thinking maybe they'd seen a deer or something in the road. That's when I noticed it. We were passing this old farmhouse set back from the road with a field next to it. At first glance, I thought I saw a scarecrow in the field, but scarecrows don't move. This thing was maybe 50 feet away when I first spotted it. It looked like a person, roughly human-shaped, but completely black. Not black like African American, black like a shadow with no features, no face, no clothes, just a dark silhouette against the night, and it was moving toward the road. My first thought was that it was just someone walking through the field, maybe the farm owner, but the way it moved wasn't right. It wasn't walking exactly, more like gliding, too smooth, too fast. "What the fuck is that?" Dante said, his voice cracking. Before I could answer, the thing was suddenly at the edge of the road. I'm not exaggerating when I say it covered at least 30 feet in a second or two. No person could move that fast. My headlights illuminated it directly, but it didn't look any different. Still just a black silhouette, completely featureless, like a hole cut into reality. Then it started keeping pace with our car. I'd slowed down to maybe 20 miles per hour, shocked by what I was seeing. The thing just glided alongside us, matching our speed exactly. It wasn't running. It wasn't touching the ground. It was just there, moving with us. My radar detector was going absolutely insane now. The beeping so fast it was almost a solid tone. Dante was pressed against the passenger door, as far away from the window as he could get. "Go faster, man, go faster," he was yelling, but I felt frozen, unable to look away from the thing. That's when it turned toward our car. I say turned, but it didn't have a front or back. It just somehow reoriented itself toward us. Then it raised what I can only describe as arms, reaching toward Dante's window. Dante completely lost it. "Roll up the windows, roll up the fucking windows," he screamed, even though they were already up. I finally snapped out of it and stomped on the accelerator. The car lurched forward, engine whining. The shadow thing kept pace for a few seconds. At 30, 40, 50 miles per hour, no human could possibly run that fast. It stayed right alongside us, those arm-like appendages still reaching toward the car. Marcus was flooring it too, his taillights getting smaller as he pulled ahead. I kept accelerating until I was pushing 70 on this narrow back road, terrified but more scared of the thing than of crashing. After maybe 15 seconds at that speed, I glanced to the side and the shadow was gone, just disappeared. The radar detector suddenly went silent too. I didn't slow down. I kept following Marcus's taillights, hands shaking so badly I could barely keep the wheel straight. Dante was hyperventilating in the passenger seat, looking back over his shoulder every few seconds. We drove like that for maybe 10 minutes until we reached a small parking lot near a bridge over the Delaware River. Marcus had pulled in and was standing outside his car with the girls. They all looked as terrified as we felt. I parked next to them and practically fell out of my car, legs weak. Everyone was talking at once. Did you see that? What the fuck was that thing? It was following us. It had no face. That's when I realized they had seen it too. Not just Dante and me, but everyone in the other car as well. The same shadow figure had apparently paced their car first before switching to ours. Jess was crying, saying it had pressed itself against their back window before suddenly vanishing and reappearing next to our car. Alicia was just sitting on the ground, hugging her knees. Marcus described exactly what we had seen. A human-shaped shadow that moved unnaturally fast, keeping pace with their car. He said their radio had gone haywire too, blasting static before cutting out completely. We stayed in that parking lot for at least an hour, too shaken to drive, trying to make sense of what had happened. None of us had been drinking or doing drugs. We were all straight-edge college students, and we all saw the exact same thing. Eventually, we calmed down enough to leave, but we stuck to the main highways and drove in a convoy, nobody wanting to be alone. We didn't talk much about it after that night, not because we agreed not to, but because none of us knew what to say. What do you say about something that shouldn't be possible? I've researched local legends since then and found nothing about a shadow figure in that area, just the standard Gravity Hill ghost stories. I even went back a few times during daylight, never alone, never at night, to look at the farmhouse and field. It was just an ordinary farm with nothing unusual about it. I've tried to explain it away as mass hysteria or an elaborate shadow cast by something normal, but that doesn't account for how it moved or how both cars experienced it separately. The radar detector going off still bothers me too. Whatever that thing was, it was giving off some kind of energy that triggered the detector. The few times I've tried telling this story to others, they assume we were just hyped up from the Gravity Hill legends and scared ourselves. But that doesn't explain why we all saw the exact same thing, or why it happened miles away from Gravity Hill itself. I'm a rational person. I work in software development now, dealing with concrete logic every day. But I know what I saw that night wasn't human, wasn't animal, and wasn't anything that should exist in our world. Sometimes I still have nightmares about those reaching arms. In the dreams, they make it through the window and touch me. And I wake up with my heart pounding and that same cold fear I felt that night. I've never gone back to Gravity Hill. None of us have, as far as I know. We all gradually drifted apart after college, the way friends do. But I sometimes wonder if that night was the real beginning of the end for our friendship. Some experiences are too strange to process together. To this day, I take the long way around if I need to drive in that area. I've moved twice since then and currently live 2 states away. But part of me is still on that dark road, watching a shadow that shouldn't exist keeping pace with my car, its arms reaching out for reasons I'll never understand. I don't expect anyone to believe this story. Most days, I'm not sure I believe it myself. But I know what I saw, what we all saw, and sometimes, late at night when I can't sleep, I find myself checking my windows, making sure they're locked tight, half expecting to see a featureless shadow looking back at me from the darkness. Story 22. I never believed in paranormal stuff before I bought that house. I was always the practical one in my friend group, the one who'd roll my eyes at ghost stories. But what happened to me over those months living by the river, I still can't explain it rationally, and trust me, I've tried. It was about 4 years ago, right after my divorce from Tom. The split was actually pretty civil. We'd just grown apart after 15 years, no drama. We sold our suburban home and split the proceeds. With my share and my job as an accountant, I figured I could finally get what I'd always wanted, a house near water. My real estate agent, Julie, kept pushing me toward these generic condos. "Rebecca," she'd say, "a single woman like you doesn't need the headache of an older home. The maintenance alone will eat you alive." But I was 42, not 82, and perfectly capable of handling a house on my own. Besides, after 15 years of compromising with Tom, I wanted something that was entirely my choice. When Julie reluctantly showed me the Victorian on River Road, I knew immediately. Despite everything wrong with it, and there was a lot wrong, I felt drawn to it. The house sat about 50 feet from a beautiful river with these massive picture windows that should have offered amazing views, except the previous owners had done everything possible to block them. They'd installed these ugly shelving units in front of most windows and even painted some of the glass black. Who does that? The asking price was ridiculously low for waterfront property, about 60% of what similar homes would cost. It was bank-owned after a foreclosure, and Julie explained that it had been sitting empty for almost 2 years because no one wanted to deal with its condition, the previous owners. Julie hesitated, looking uncomfortable. They weren't exactly house-proud. That was the understatement of the century. When we walked inside, I was shocked. The layout made no sense. Walls had been erected to create these tiny, claustrophobic rooms. There were 3 separate bars installed throughout the house. Not small wet bars, but full-sized professional ones like you'd see in a dive bar, complete with those rubber mats and beer taps. One was in what should have been the dining room, another in a bedroom, and the third in what appeared to be a converted sunroom. The walls were a disaster. Dozens of fist-sized holes punched through the drywall, what looked like pellet gun damage in corners, and these bizarre symbols scratched into the plaster in some rooms. The kitchen cabinets had been partially ripped out, and someone had poured what looked like concrete down some of the drains. Most disturbing were the personal items left behind, not just furniture, but family photos, children's toys, clothing in closets, like they'd just walked away from their lives. In one bedroom, I found a dresser with all the drawers still full of women's clothing. Julie was practically begging me not to buy it. "Rebecca, this is a money pit, and something feels off about this place." But standing in that disaster of a house, looking past all the damage to the beautiful bones underneath, the original hardwood floors beneath stained carpeting, the ornate crown molding, those incredible river views waiting to be uncovered, I felt something I hadn't in years: excitement, a project, a purpose. I made an offer that afternoon. The closing process was strange. The bank seemed eager, too eager, to unload the property. When I asked about the previous owners, the bank representative just said they'd abandoned the property following financial difficulties and changed the subject. I should have pushed harder for information, but I was too caught up in my renovation plans. The first few weeks were devoted to clearing out the previous owner's belongings. I donated what was salvageable and trashed the rest. I hired contractors to repair the most serious damage and remove the ridiculous bars and random walls. I was determined to restore the house's original flow and finally expose those river views. It was during this initial renovation period that strange things started happening. Small things at first. I'd put down my phone while working and later find it wasn't where I left it. Then I'd find it days later, exactly in the spot I originally thought I'd placed it. This happened with keys, tools, books. I started thinking I was losing my mind. Then came the appearances. I'd find antique items I'd never seen before, suddenly sitting on shelves or countertops. Old perfume bottles with residue still inside. Vintage children's toys. A pocket watch that still kept perfect time. When I asked my contractors if they'd found these items during demolition, they all denied it. About 2 months in, I was alone in the house late one night, sanding a window frame, when I saw it for the first time. A glowing orb about the size of a baseball, moving slowly across the upstairs hallway. It wasn't like light reflecting off something. It had substance, dimension. I froze, watching it drift into my bedroom and disappear. My rational brain immediately started making excuses. Headlights from a passing car, reflection from my work light, but deep down, I knew better. The house seemed to respond to emotional states. If I was having a bad day and cursed in frustration at a renovation setback, knocking sounds would emanate from the walls, not like settling or pipes, distinct, deliberate knocks. When my sister visited and we got into a heated argument about our father's care, a series of loud thuds moved up the staircase, as if something heavy was being dragged up each step. My sister left immediately and refused to return. The most terrifying incident happened when my 14-year-old daughter Lily was staying for the weekend. She came running downstairs at midnight, white as a sheet. "Mom," she whispered, "someone just told me to shut up." My blood ran cold. "What do you mean?" She was shaking. I was texting Madison and laughing at something, and a man's voice right next to my ear said, "Shut your mouth, little lady," clear as day. I grabbed a heavy flashlight and searched every inch of the upstairs, finding nothing except a strange warping light in the corner of her room that seemed to bend back and forth before disappearing. Lily refused to sleep upstairs after that. She still won't stay overnight at my house 4 years later. I probably should have moved out then, but something kept me there. I didn't feel threatened, exactly, more like observed. About 6 months after moving in, I met my elderly neighbor Fred while working in the yard. He was in his 80s and had lived in his house for over 50 years. When I mentioned some of the strange occurrences, keeping it vague so he wouldn't think I was crazy, his expression changed. "You don't know about what happened there, do you?" he asked. According to Fred, in the 1970s, a brutal murder had taken place in my garage. A man had killed his business partner during a dispute. Fred didn't know all the details, but said the victim had been strangled. Then Fred asked something that chilled me. "Have you found the cellar yet?" "The house doesn't have a cellar," I said. "According to my inspection report and all the blueprints, the house was built on a crawl space, not a basement." Fred shook his head. "There's a cellar, all right. They sealed it up back in the 80s. The old storm cellar entrance was outside, but there was an interior access too, somewhere in the kitchen area. Previous owners, the ones before the last bunch, they filled it with stones. Don't know why. I hired contractors to investigate, and sure enough, they found it. A sealed doorway behind what I had thought was a pantry wall. When they broke through, they discovered a stairwell leading down to a space about 15 by 20 feet. And just as Fred had said, it was completely filled with river stones, thousands of them, packed from floor to ceiling. The contractors estimated it would take days just to remove them all. "Why would someone do this?" I asked the lead contractor. He shrugged. "Honestly, Mom, no practical reason I can think of. This would have taken weeks of work. Whatever their reason was, they really wanted this space filled." I decided to leave the cellar alone for the time being. The defining moment happened last spring. My daughter was with her father for spring break, and I had taken a few days off work to finish painting the upstairs. It was around 9 at night, and I realized I needed a broom from the garage to clean up paint chips. The garage was detached about 30 feet from the house. It had been built in the 1950s and had those heavy old doors plus a side entrance with a steel security door. I went out through the kitchen, crossed the yard, and entered through the side door, flipping on the light. I had just grabbed the broom when I heard the door slam shut behind me. When I turned, the light went out simultaneously. Complete darkness. I wasn't concerned at first. Old houses, power fluctuations, drafts, all normal explanations. I felt my way back to the door and tried the knob. It wouldn't turn, not stuck, locked from the outside. That's when panic hit me. My phone was in the house. No one knew I was in the garage. The main garage doors were secured with a padlock I'd installed myself. "Hello?" I called out, thinking maybe someone was playing a trick. No answer. I started pounding on the door, shouting for help, even though my nearest neighbor was Fred, whose hearing wasn't great and who lived 100 yards away. Then I felt it, a whooshing sensation through my entire body, like when you drive too fast over a hill and your stomach drops. The temperature plummeted. I could see my breath clouding in front of me. Something brushed against the back of my neck. Not like a spider or insect, like fingers, deliberately. I spun around, swinging blindly, hitting nothing. "Who's there?" My voice was barely a whisper now. The pressure came next, around my throat, not painful, but firm, like hands encircling my neck. I couldn't scream, couldn't breathe. My lungs burned as I clawed at my throat, feeling nothing but my own skin. As spots began to dance in my vision, I heard it, not with my ears, but inside my head. A man's voice, calm and clear. "You have to let go. You're free. You're good." In that moment, something shifted in me. All the fear I'd been carrying, Not just from that moment, but from my failed marriage, from years of self-doubt, from the childhood trauma I'd never addressed. It all crystallized and then released. With strength I didn't know I possessed, I grabbed the doorknob again and twisted. The entire knob assembly tore free from the door. Later, the locksmith would tell me that breaking that particular security door's mechanism would normally require tools and considerable force. I stumbled back into the house, collapsed on my kitchen floor, and sobbed until I had no tears left. The next morning, I went back to the garage. In daylight, it was just a garage, old, dusty, but ordinary. On the concrete floor where I had been standing, I found a single river stone, identical to those filling the cellar. I never experienced anything threatening in the house again after that night. The disappearances, the strange objects, the orbs, they all continued, but they felt different, familiar, almost comforting. I still live in that house. I've finished most of the renovations, and those river views are everything I dreamed they would be. The cellar remains filled with stones. I decided to leave it that way. Sometimes when I'm alone at night, I'll say, "Good night, old man," to the empty rooms. I don't know if what happened to me was a ghost, a psychic episode, or something else entirely. But I know this: whatever presence is in this house helped me face something I needed to face. I still don't understand why the previous owners did what they did to this beautiful house, or why they left so abruptly. But sometimes I think they felt what I felt, and it frightened them in a way it never frightened me. All I know for certain is that I came to this house broken in ways I couldn't acknowledge, and somehow it helped put me back together.